Incredible. So, first and most importantly, of course, welcome, Eric. Good to have our sixth and final player filling up the table efficiently. This is quite a group. Very, very excited for this table. Everyone here is like a solid player. It's great to see. Very, very, very cool. We're gonna have a great time. Um, so long as I can keep everything up here. Okay, let's get to it. So, keep things neat and tidy. Last session, we made it through. Okay, easy. You guys made it through the dangers of Othansia. You faced much from flying enemies to time halting for but a half a second on a grand scale to maybe overly excited apprentices in the background accepting certain deals they probably shouldn't have. Um, Many such issues. But we very quickly find ourselves at the end of our brief recap. On Thanzia, a harsh travel it has been, but for the second time, maybe with some guardedness, considering the last time you were excited, you were a little let down. Um, but it seems well inhabited, this fortress, the Dawnfather's Gate. Here you find paladins, warriors, well armed. They seem to have been facing great troubles lately, and the place immediately upon entrance seems packed. Um, I will repost the handout of the Order of the Solar Gate because we want to know what these cool guys look like. I hope you think they're cool. Um, but yes, you see these warriors clad in golds, in blues, and in armors that nobody here has ever seen before. Very, very foreign. Um, but they have invited you inside. Their only request is that you basically added what foodstuffs you have to the uh, basically to the pot so that everyone here could be fed in equal measure. Um, Not Talenta Jones, but whatever your fucking name is, I can't. I don't know. I'm useless
Zehvrei'El.
with it. Zehvrei'El, that's right. Zehvrei'El said, of course, when you were regarded um, with great thanks, and immediately could tell that these people do not take that uh, charity without um, great thanks. All right, I think I'm gonna do better this time with music. By the way, I've got the um, uh, Ghost of Tsushima playlist out, so I think music will be a little better this time around. But either way, you guys have found yourselves within, and very quickly we're just these paladins. We're like, it's incredible what you've gone through. You're gonna have to not have to, but we ask that you go and see basically our leaders. They'll be very interested to meet capable hands. And as you look around, these warriors are everywhere and nowhere. Jesus Christ. Um, so they're shorthand. So off you go. Your people begin to sort of file in, looking around. Will begin to immediately add themselves to the dozens of people who are already here, stuffed into this overcrowded fortress, mountain pass stronghold. The structure of the stronghold is not terribly different from what you should see here on Tailspire. There is a gate, there is a gatehouse, and then there is a sort of one of these this like fortress off to the side on the peak of the mountain. Not the peak, excuse me, off to the side of the fortress walls. It is a couple of standing structures and was not built to support these kinds of numbers. Um, Um, okay, your people all file in. You guys begin to make your way up the steps. Now, how best to do this? As all of these people are filing in, and you are all making your way up to the fortress steps to the top, and the paladins begin to sort of return to the gate, there is the hard sound of clopping, horse in great speed, moving through the snowscape towards the gate. And the paladins turn around, sort of like look through the snow. Um, Eric, what would these paladins see as they look through the snow to this oncoming rider?
Uh, he's uh a he's a scout rider. Uh, he's got a not a an exceptionally showy horse. It's it's a working riding. It's a war horse. So it's but it's not the Clydesdale war horse. It's the light infantry war horse, the ones that's designed to cover ground and distance. Uh, more constitution than strength. Uh, but in a dappled brown and white. Um, he's dressed for winter gear. He's got, the fur-lined armored cap, um, saddlebags on the backside of the horse. A light traveler, and probably coming in overhead is kind of a medium-sized hawk. And as he approaches, the hawk will come down to uh, to light on the arm, and then we'll hop to a shoulder perch.
Um, these people sort of see you riding. I'm not going to give too much away, but I think they would very much recognize your bearings, what you're wearing. Um, and with some surprise, will kind of come out to meet you. And as you sort of come towards the gate, you guys will only glimpse this rider for a second from the top of the stairs, and you see these paladins on the other side of the gate sort of approach the rider sort of widely. And at first you're like, oh, there is this a confrontation? But you realize the wideness very quickly isn't about um, what you might think is strategic. No, it is ceremonial. They bow with great respect to this rider who comes approaching, and you all find yourselves entering into this fortress before you see anything more. But meanwhile, down on the ground, they pay you great respect. All three of them in sync bow to you, um, and they say, "Great rider, welcome. You are alone.
I've delivered the Khan's messages to those who would hear
I see you're the cons man. Uh, you are, of course, most welcome in our gate. Please come inside. We will, if it is your wish, we will see you to your horse."
them. Oh, and he will lay a hand on the side of the horse's neck. He says, "Go with them. If you have any
It will
problems,
just,
come find me."
and the horse goes, this gives you like a big horse nod, and will sort of clop up to them. And while these people live on the border of Althansia and have seen much the great riders of these plains, um, there are few who have such a distinct bond with their mount, and it just sort of does exactly that, and will walk with them. And they're kind of there's despite their full helmness, you can see the sort of maybe you always get a little kick out of it that there's like, oh wow, like it's very impressive to see such a bond, and they will just kind of take the reins, but really just kind of hold them aloft without any actual leading going on, and they will walk with your horse. Um, the the glaive wielding paladin there, he will say, "I do not know." As he'll kind of walk with you into the gate as you walk in, and he'll say, "I do not know what your plans are. If you mean to ride on to Vasselheim with great haste immediately and are stopped only to refresh your rations, but I know the High Palatine of the Gate would be most humbled by your appearance here. He is meeting with some travelers. You are more than welcome to take to visit."
I would be glad to meet. My purpose is to guide the additional refugees to the rear of the Khan's vanguard, which is headed to Vasselheim.
Well, your assistance will be greatly appreciated, I have no doubt. As you can see, we are not suited for such intense emergency as this.
Yeah, Vasselheim has been preparing themselves for quite some time, so
We must have
we
faith.
we just need to get them there.
Well, they will be blessed to have your assistance in this matter. Dawnfather smiled upon us when you rode to our gate. Please take your time. Food, hot beverage, or go right on into the fortress, whatever your desire.
And he'll head straight on into the fortress. Yeah,
Yeah,
I I come second to duty.
magnificent, magnificent indeed. Yeah, you head right up there dutifully, and these men are immediately, uh, you know, they're a very regimented people in their religion. They're very doctrine-based people, and they probably have a deep respect for someone who similarly takes duty with such responsibility, and pay you every respect, even in your leaving. So we will very shortly come back to you. But in the meantime, um, Prince, uh, you have all found your way into this fortress. Now, there are, um, as you enter within, there are three people of note. I'm going to turn up the exposure so you can actually see what I am talking about over here. You come into this very, like, excellently appointed room, and again, you five are not from Althansia. This is very foreign. Like, I'm there's no denying that I've thrown in a little of an Asian feel here. So if you could possibly imagine that you have had no experience with that kind of like the Asian culture, maybe didn't be like knew it existed but never experienced it in any way, shape, or form. And that is what you're doing here. You see such a foreign place where you enter into a fortress, and as you come into its main foyer, there's no barricades, there's no armories. It rather looks like really wide open space. No desks, no tables, no chairs, no great council seating. There is most surely a an altar to the Dawnfather at the back of the room. That much is very clear and recognizable. Everything else is out of place but elegant. Even in this harsh place, there's such elegance. Beautiful wood furniture that has been well appointed, and you see that instead of chairs, there are cushions on the ground. And you are going to see, um, you're going to see four people there. One I need to actually add. Um, I'll go from left to right. So on the left, you are going to see what looks to be like two monks. Um, One is very young. He has no facial hair whatsoever, short black hair that almost comes down to cover his eyes and sort of a big tuft. He's wearing the similar sort of golden orange that marks him as a member of the Dawnfather's clergy. Um, and he sits on his pillow next to a woman who's very out of place. She is wearing a blue hood and has a silver, almost like bird-like long mask covering her face, and also wears monkly robes. Um, for you, Mira, this is a monk of the Lawbearer, Arathis. For whatever reason, this woman is present, or person is present. Actually, a little androgynous with all the robes, you can't really tell. The other two people are one is actually got a shoulder exposed, but does have like half a suit of this like strange plate armor from the waist down, and then that orange sash over the shoulder, long black hair that is brought up into like a large bun at the top of his head, and a number of swords at his hip. This person wears like a large symbol of the Dawnfather and has these like beautiful oriental tattoos that go up his you know how like the Rock has his tattoo like on his pec and it goes all the way down his arm. It's like that, but it's very Asian, very Japanese. It's sort of like this flowing sun ray iconography all the way down his arm. And last but not least, sitting in the center, certainly the most appointed, black hair drawn back tight into a long single ponytail with streaks of gray. This is clearly the oldest man in the room, but not so old that he cannot wield a sword. In fact, he looks quite grizzled. A couple of scars mar his face here and there. A little bit of a little bit of, for only person in the room who actually has facial hair, a little bit of a beard going on there. And he is actually in, other than the helmet, no helmet, he is in full armor like his other warriors, and there's clearly like an appointment to the decoration that he wears. And as the role's speaking, you all enter the room, and uh, the young man is going to stand up, and he is going to say, um, "These people have led a group from the coast of Arthansia to our gate many long miles. I am told by the gate guard that they are the most capable and leaders of the group. They may be of great assistance to us uh, and are enjoying our hospitality." And he turns to all of you and pays you a very respectful bow. Um, and he will sort of refer, he doesn't refer to himself, but he does refer to the other three. First, the monk of Arathis. He will say, "This is Monk Katia Aramori, Justicar of Arathis." Next, to the man with one shoulder out with the tattoos, he says, "This is High Priest Hanzo. I was correct. High Priest Hazo Ravel." These handouts are coming, by the way. Um, and last but not least, the Palatine of the Gate and leader of the Dawnfather's Gate is Kosho Sorian, Palatine of the Gate, as I said. "You are welcome here." And he will gesture to the six pillows, sort of laid almost ceremonially at before you, actually, uh, prepared for you or not. He sits back down, this monk, without introducing himself, as if to, almost like as if to say, like, "I'm not as important. I'm just a servant." And he sits down next to the monk. Um, Now, for the sake of you, Eric, uh, you know all these names. Considering your position, you're probably well informed of important names. But anyway, is there any initial reaction from the group?
I think Hekator would kind of maybe awkwardly address the Palatine.
Yep, correct.
Yep. And just say
Palatine, sorry.
Palatine. Just say, uh, I'm sorry, I don't know your customs. Should I bow back or just take a seat?
Oops, you don't know that guy. The Palatine smiles, sort of like a little up the side of the mouth. Uh, he says, "I think we are in such times that some ceremony is not as important as simply respect. You have my respect. Welcome. Please sit. Be welcome."
Thank you. He'll take a seat way down on the pillow.
Absolutely. Um, he says, "Well, and then the door will slide open, um, and coming in from the cold will be this warrior who was briefly described to you, who is met with a very different um, introduction. Rather than them all introducing themselves to this individual, you'll actually see the High Palatine and everybody else give a respectful gesture and bow immediately. They would have bowed to all of you as well, but this person arrives and there's like immediate recognition and a bow. And the High Palatine will say, "We were unaware that there were any remaining of the Keshik still in Arthansia. We had thought they had all already traveled south through our gate. You are welcome."
Thank you, your lord. The
Please.
great, and he will move to sit on one of the end cushions. The
Magnificent.
Great Khan, in addition to taking a vanguard force to guard the way to Vasselheim, uh, also dispatched outriders to the various other communities to deliver the news and to urge them to join behind the vanguard uh, to trek to the safety of Vasselheim. He had selected several of his personal Kashik to deliver those messages and then assist any groups of refugees or travelers who wish to make that journey, and we were to assist and travel with them. And I have been dispatched to here after delivering my messages elsewhere.
The Khan is most gracious to lend us your support. It will be much needed, I am sure. But for time, please enjoy our hospitality. Now, referring back to the rest of you, it says, "Our apologies. As you could see, there is much happening all at once. Uh, if you would be so kind, we would be very interested to hear of your travels. It sounds that you have come from far and strange places."
Yeah,
Hekator would look to Leah.
yeah, Leah will step forward and introduce herself. I'm Leah Satra Willamite, and I've been traveling with this group of individuals for a few weeks now. We hail from Cathmora and Avalir. Are you familiar with these places?
Um, the uh, High Palatine sort of looks to his advisors, maybe we'll call them. The High Priest kind of he just curtly shakes his head, very decisively. The Arathis monk, however, starts making hand motions and starts signing. To which the young monk says, "Monk Aramori says that there is a small flock of followers of Arathis who lie on the flying city of Avalir. Their sister city is known to be Cathmoira, on a continent on the other side of the world." High Palatine says, "Well, I've just heard the extent of the knowledge that we hold of these places. You have come so far. Why have you come to our continent with all respect?"
Well, it was a terrible tragedy, you see. Then she'll tell the tale. I mean, I don't know if you want me to actually go into it, but
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, if you wish, I'll leave you two choices of checks. One is a performance check to, and basically the purpose of this isn't to like, it's however you want to play it. Like if you want it to be like, haha, look at me, you can. But you could also do this as like a you're going to tell the story with weight so that people understand the true gravity of what is going on from your perspective. Or you could you could make it with intelligence if you wish, to make a performance check with intelligence to make sure that you're getting every detail of the story that might be relevant. So one is very sort of like neurotic, one's very like highly detailed and a report really, and the other is a story with weight for what is going on. It's your choice.
Yeah, I want to tell a story with weight, as you say. And I want to create a lot of empathy for our refugees in such a way that makes them want to help us. Um, so yeah, she'll tell the story in a hopefully a very like compelling way that, like I said, creates that empathy.
And you're referring specifically to your Avalier refugees, like you don't want them to be like in in that regard. Because the Cathmorian refugees, it's like, yeah, of course, there's going to be compassion. So you want to try and steer it so that there isn't any hate directed towards Avalier, or at least, is that what you mean? Like the compassion being towards
I
Avalier?
just meant like resources are tight, and so I don't know if like I'm just assuming they're going to continue offering us hospitality, but that might not be the case, right? So I just want them to help us all.
Understood completely. Fantastic. Go for it.
Roll performance.
Yep.
Okay. I rolled a 2 on the die for 13 total.
Okay. Yeah. I will say similar to before, and maybe you kind of get frustrated with yourself because like the story gets told, to be very clear. The details get put in there, nothing gets disrupted, but um, maybe you're just like you get emotional from it. Like you get through the story, you tell everything, and maybe there's weight to be brought in there regardless from the emotion you bring forth, but you don't play on it quite as well as maybe you could have, as like you might have in the theater. But it's hard to get through the tale of because from beginning to end, it's been a nightmare, and now before these people, you have to reflect on every dark, dirty, terrible thing that has happened, every death, every tragedy, and you say it through shaky breath, and it comes out, and it comes out successfully, but maybe not as well as you think you could have done. Um, the tale is told over maybe 10 minutes, we'll say. And they listen very patiently. They do not interrupt. They do not presume to ask questions while you're telling your tale. They simply listen with great respect. Um, and uh, when your tale comes to an end, there is the weight of silence as, hmm, the High Palatine says, "It seems you are right, my old friend," as he looks over to the cleric. Um, and High Priest Reve'El will say, "It seems indeed the gods are quarreling, mightier than ever they have in our lifetimes. Gods and falling people from the sky, angels and demons battling. You have been through all so much, and you have all kept your people safe when you did not need to. The Dawnfather has surely blessed you on your travels and watched over you. Or perhaps more aptly, he was lucky to have you. You have our respect. You have walked in his light and protected the innocent. No more can be asked than this."
I'm concerned for our people's well-being. Are are your people able to take us in? We can be productive and help. Um, but we can't continue surviving in the wild.
The High Priest will continue. Reveal will say, "We are going to do everything in our power to ensure that everyone will equally be watched over and protected and fed and watered to the best of our ability. But we will not lie, as I'm sure you have noticed. This place was not built for the number of people who have come here seeking safety. They will have to move on. And, of course, as our good visitor from the Kishig of Orthansia has put forth, indeed, these refugees will have to move on to Vasselheim eventually. Unfortunately, we are short-handed as it is, but we are preparing supplies for travel. It may take some time. With that said, in the meantime, it sounds like things are quite desperate in Orthansia. If the Khan himself has abandoned... For those of you who are new to this land, the Khan is what you would know as king. He is the king of Orthansia, to be a good way of describing him. The Khan, and correct me of course if I am wrong, good Keshik, but as you have said, he has taken his armies to Vasselheim, along with the vast majority of his people, yes?
That is indeed true.
Then the time will come eventually when these refugees must go to the safety of Vasselheim as well. If reports are as disturbing as they have been continue in Orthansia, the best place for safety is Vasselheim. They have been preparing for the possibility of such calamity for generations, and it is surely the safest place to be fed and kept well and safe. But in the meantime, all of your travels have surely made you weary. You are more than welcome to ask us any questions you wish. Take time for comfort, to get some sleep perhaps, and though it would be inappropriate us to ask any more of you for the travels and troubles you have already faced, would you be willing to assist the Order of the Solar Gate? There may be things indeed that we need help with. For people so capable as yourselves, we are short-handed.
It's a fair trade. Hospitality for a little helping hand, of course. I don't mean to speak for the rest of us, but I'm willing to help. And she'll turn to the party.
Aye? Well, depends on what you're asking, I suppose.
Well, we are not venturing you into service. You, of course, are welcome to decline if we put something before you beyond what you would feel comfortable with. We would not expect you to take on any more weight than you're comfortable with, being foreigners such as yourselves. You are guests, first and foremost. So, if I may ask indulgence, High Palatine. And High Palatine gestures to his priest, who looks at you all and says, "May I ask to each of you, there is much you have surely seen on the road coming here. We are a religious order dedicated to the Dawnfather, and it is my interest to ask all of you, of the many signs you saw, of the lands you visited here in MIra, tell us, what signs have you seen? Not with your eyes, but with your faith, if you have it. What has the land spoken to you without words?"
I'm not much for the religions, but pretty in touch with nature. And it's all wrong. The lights in the sky, the animals, the winds. Everything seems off.
You are wiser than most to look to the elements for signs of the beyond. Thank you. And quite frankly, I agree. But please, the rest of you as well. Much has been seen in Althansia. Feel free, tell us, what has the land spoken to you without words?
MIra will step
You're,
forward.
by all means.
Not the land, but the stars, if you've interest. The stars stay in certain places, but they shifted. There was a period of time, about a week, when most individuals could not use their magic. It blew back on them. The wizards with us have had to reorient their arcane mathematics, as it appears the ley lines have also shifted.
There's some almost surprise amongst them. They're very stoic people, but you do get a. This is of great interest. Um, High Priest Reveal will say, "This we did not experience from where we sat. Perhaps it is because we are in a holy place and our magic comes from the Dawnfather, but this is a report we have not yet received. Thank you. What of the rest of you? If any of you would wish to speak, what has the land spoken to you?"
Red will step forward very shyly. Um, the land has been loud for weeks, at least to me. I am a farmer, was a farmer, I guess, and I could sense it. A blight? I don't know the right word for it. Something wasn't right. The worms, when they crawled out of the land, something strange, something odd. And then inexplicably, I feel like there was falling stone and divine fire. It was a chaotic exodus.
Indeed, Exodus does sound like the right word. These are most probable importance. Thank you for sharing them. We will consider these well.
I like shuffle back.
He smiles at your shyness with some amusement. um, uh, he waits for a moment, and if there's nothing from Zehvrei'El, who's been quiet, um, um, and you of course, Eric, are new to the game. I'll tell you what, we can put it to a roll though. If you would wish to contribute, um, you could make a roll. And I could give you some information about what maybe your character might have seen on the journey. Um, what skill do you think best fits your character? Would he have been looking to nature itself, the behavior of animals? Is there a faith that he abides by and would have looked for the signs of his faith? What skill best fits what he would have been looking
Probably on a on a if you'll pardon the parlance, a speed run to these small communities and what have you. Uh, Probably like the animal habit. Uh, you know, you know, Creatures that would, normally be sleeping, going out and headed anywhere but here.
Absolutely.
Those sorts of behaviors are the ones that are going to stand out, particularly to someone with a hunting background who's traveling at speed, who is probably got to to shoot and forage as he's going.
Absolutely. Roll me either a nature or animal handling check. It is your choice.
Six one, half dozen the other. That'll be a 19.
A 19. Which skill did you choose?
Uh, Probably nature.
Okay. Yeah, very unusual signs. It's almost like for a minute there, your hunter's instincts were off. Like the natural order or the behavior of animals changed, where you saw prey-like animals that uh, you know, just sort of like come running out of the bush without any sign of a predator, and running for their lives. You might have actually seen once or twice, like a reindeer, uh, or such beasts as that, deer and whatnot, um, actually collapsed from exhaustion, with and unwounded. So it's like they just ran and ran and ran and ran, like they thought they were being chased forever until they literally hit 5 levels of exhaustion and just dropped. Like they had been running for hours and hours and hours on end, which is crazy. Um, Absolutely, the behavior of animals has been very erratic, very fearful, sort of just like nature itself has been terrifying.
And any of the for the communities that are choosing not to move, that aren't, you know, dwarven greed. Uh,
Yes, of course.
but any of the other ones that were indicating, the signs say that we shouldn't, whatever the village elder, any of those will also be part of that narrative.
Absolutely.
And he'll call out the communities by name, kind of along the path that he traveled.
Understood. And they listen. Um, and uh, the high priest Reveal will say, "Hmm, it is most strange what you describe. We are, of course, not followers of the Wild Mothers, but uh, we do hunt. These are strange signs. Thank you for sharing them. It seems indeed the words of your Alban friend, Exodus. Word has been passed around Calamity much. Things are not well in the natural order of the world. And if the natural order of the world is wrong, so too are the gods on the move, and not necessarily for the good. Troubling. Well, we might have much to discuss amongst ourselves, and we will be sure to find uh, requests that are perhaps not too demanding of one of you. Before you go, is there anything that you would wish to ask any of us additionally?
Yes, actually. Is there a space for the worship of Arathis here, or if not, where's the closest shrine?
The High Palatine will just gesture broadly over to the monk, who will start sort of making signs you can't interpret, but the monk next to her sort of turns his head and watches her signs and speaks as she does, and will say, Monk Aramori functions as Justicar here at the Dawnfather's Gate, which is to mean in our culture is a person of judgment. When there are civil strifes and when there are issues of the law, it is she who is called upon to make and render such judgments out here, as we are. A small shrine is kept and held by Monk Aramori, and she can function as a priest to you if you please.
So we've not described our characters, but even in uh her winter robes or whatever, she wears her holy symbol pretty outwardly. So she'd probably grab it and nod her head and step back.
The monk does stop gesturing, and you do that, and she will, on her cushion, just sort of give you a respectful bow. Um, the Palatine of the gate will look around. Palatine Suryan will look around at all of you and say, Well, if there is nothing else. You are, of course, welcome if you have important issues to discuss to return up here into our fortress to speak. We will mostly reside here. Thank you again. And again, may the Dawnfather's light continue to keep the refugees under your care safe.
Thank you.
The Dawnfather surely has watched over you all. You've drawn his attention. This is a good thing.
Thank you.
You're muted, Zehvrei'El. As usual.
Why do you serve the Dawnfather?
They will look over with surprise. There's like a moment of tension as that's certainly an interesting question to ask people of such immense devotion. But High Priest, actually, you know what? It's the Palatine. High Priest Reve'El sort of becomes not angry, but certainly severe, clearly taking his faith with great intensity. But Palatine Suryan goes, why shouldn't we?
Well, as I understand it, there are many denominations, many gods, many ideals of life. Why the Dawnfather?
The Palatine says, because quite simply, there are wolves, and there are sheep, and there are shepherds. Some of us were born to be shepherds. Some of us take up the task because the sheep need protecting. Someone has to protect people. Someone has to hold the gate. Someone has to bring the light to the darkness. And it is all of our solemn and most exceptional honor to serve such a mighty and good God as he.
And as he asked that, he seemed like genuinely curious, almost in the way that it's hard to describe. It kind of like a child asking like, why do we do these things, or
There's an
why
innocence
do
to
we
it.
do that? Yeah, there's like an innocence to his questioning.
Absolutely.
And with that answer, I think he kind of like nods, and he seems to have accepted the response.
And you see the Palatine sort of. He looks at you with interest. It's very clearly apparent that this is a far-seeing man. He's not just a blunt instrument warrior. There might be a reason why he leads this place. And whether for good or ill, not ill, but for good or bad, he definitely looks at you, realizing you're a bit of a puzzle. That he seems intrigued to unravel. The High Priest, again, severe, looks to the Palatine with like a look of like, you've been rather casual with this conversation, fearless leader of ours. Not at you by any means, Zehvrei'El. There's no expectation on you. You're a foreigner from a far land, as far as they know. But he looks to his leader with like a rather casual of you kind of thing. The Palatine says, as my good friend said, you are all, of course, always welcome to return to the fortress to speak of matters of importance or, of course, religion. The Dawnfather does require discussion from time to time.
Well, this won't be so fascinating as that, but if you need to know a list of what we need, or what we have rather, and she'll produce the book, which is actually kind of a log of their journals as well as of the things. This is the quartermaster's report. I'd just like it back before we go to Vasselheim.
He
Apparently,
he looks at you with with a bit of a cocked eyebrow of like, wow, like a little impressed. And he will say, very well organized. I guess I guess perhaps knowing mistress, knowing mentor could be attributed in part to your great survival as well. We have our own quartermaster, and we'll be sure to infer them to you.
yes, and if there are communal meals, I can cook. I can help if you'd like.
Indeed, any who have the ability to help even in the smallest way will be most welcome to do so. Unfortunately, that is not of our task. Our task here is the protection. So, again, we will refer to the quartermaster to you. We will be most helpful, or most thankful for any help you can provide. Um, and again, with the last vow, if there is nothing else, you are welcome to return to the refugees in the camp. If any of you had anything private to say to any one of these individuals or stay, they have given you an invitation for now or later. But for the time being, yes, you leave, and it seems that they have much to discuss with the oncoming of you six strangers. And they leave, and immediately you hear sort of the doors begin to slide close. You hear the immediate discussion of coming down the way of the mountain and speaking. I think one thing you all hear is they didn't abandon them. Most would have. Truly impressive. And you can all descend the stairs together. There will be a bit of a matter that interests you all. There seems to be a bit of a commotion in the camp. And by the looks of things very readily, it's coming from where your refugees seem to have begun to start setting up camp, essentially. There seems to be some commotion going on over there. But there's much to do. What does everybody do?
The mirror would like to go check on the commotion.
I think Hekator would probably accompany.
Yeah, everyone is welcome to if they wish to, or do other things. I will, whoever vocalizes, I will assume has come along, and maybe there's other things to do with the other people. But in the meantime, yes, you head out and you see that your people are gathered around. It's very much like that schoolyard, like, oh, fight, fight. You don't know who's. Not that they're saying fight, but that there's enough people gathered around that you can't really see the epitome of what's going on. As you kind of make your way through the crowd, like, oh, what's going on? You are going to see four, actually, maybe not so many. You're going to see three of the paladins, the solar paladins, have apprehended. Sorry, hang on. A lot of handouts coming in. Have apprehended Master Apprentice Jordan Varus. He is laying on the ground with two long glaives crisscrossed over the back of his head, glowing with solar light along the edge of the blade. The last person who was apprehended with similarly like a glaive to the throat is Ox, who is like on his knees like that. And between them, there are two dead creatures. They are tiny, no larger than a fairy, and in fact, in many ways look like a fairy, but in many ways don't, because they have red skin, horns, scorpion-like tails, hooves, and like I said, like little tiny nubby horns. These little fiendish creatures lay sort of slain by glaives and radiant magic, and they sort of lay there and are very quickly dissolving into a an ashen smoke, like the last dying embers of a red fire, an unnaturally red fire as they're dissolving in the snow actively. Um, uh, the warriors who have Jor are calling out. The warriors who have Joran say, they're like, please leave him. He's okay. Leave him. They say, this is a fiend. We see it with our own eyes that this person has the mark of the devils upon him. And they're like, no, no, but he's just, and there's all this commotion where it's a little bit of like there's tension where two of your refugees are being apprehended, and your refugees like are on a knife's edge of like, are we engaging with these people or not? Where there's it's not met well, and Jordan looks like himself, but they are apprehending him and Ox. What do you do?
The MIra will step forward. And to the
you step forward.
Justicars, she will say, can you tell me what has happened?
One of the Justicars look to you, recognizing you from the gate, perhaps, and will address you. Says, these two of your refugee have the blood of fiends in their veins. This one is a fiend. That one appears as fiendish as one can, but has strange to our senses. Each is to be imprisoned, apprehended. Well, he is an anomaly, and looks over to Ox and says he will be apprehended and made to reveal his secrets. This one, there is no saving. And they sort of tilt the blade against Jorn's throat. He's like, ah!
Easy. Has he actually done anything illegal? Or are you simply going to kill him because he failed some sort of test?
You will be made to reveal the truth to all of you in due time. Fear not. Make no mistake. Our senses cannot be fooled. This is a fiend in disguise.
Okay. If he comes quietly and answers your questions, could you maybe, make less of a scene? There are people who are frightened, okay? So,
if you wish to be of assistance, perhaps you can tell your people to make way so that we may imprison them for interrogation.
When you say interrogation, do you mean to torture them?
We do not believe in torture. But fiends have no human rights. To torture a fiend is not evil. It is the work of the Dawnfather. This one will not meet such torment, and looks over again to Ox.
These people have been with us from the beginning and have been nothing but helpful. You're telling us they're fiends, and you're holy people. I'm just here to tell you that neither has done anything that hasn't seemed in protection of the group. That is all I'm saying.
One of them will say, enough! We are imprisoning them now. You can either assist us parting your refugees, or we will take them by force. This is for the protection of the entire camp.
And Lumira will say, everyone please, let the Justicars do as necessary.
Make a persuasion check. See if you can convince the group to.
I think Hekator will probably try to help with that. He'll address probably the Calamity people and just say, please just let them through. There's no need for violence.
Make me either a persuasion check or indeed lend advantage to Mira, whatever your choice is.
I'll give advantage.
Okay, beautiful. Mira, you have advantage.
So that would have been a 27. Can I crit fish?
You don't need to crit fish.
Okay.
The refugees, like, if it was anyone else, they'd be like, they just said they're probably gonna kill him. Like, what? You know, if it was anyone else. But, there's definitely like everything that we know logically in our hearts says like what's happening here is wrong, but so many of them would probably not be alive if it was not for you and the others, the both of you and the others, and they trust you against their own logic and judgment.
And point of clarification. I'm sorry.
And they will reluctantly indeed part the ways with unhappiness and apprehension.
And it was
more for Joran than Ox, to be clear.
But it was one from each camp. Right.
Well, Ox isn't from either. No, Ox isn't from either camp. Ox is he's the one who's generally been like, okay, he's been really helpful. He's no one will really talk about it, but he's been a necessary evil this whole time. And has seemed to be on good behavior this whole time. So he's got no supporters, and ironically, he's got the lighter sentence apparently. But Joran, however, who is very well liked by the Avalir people, yeah, he's from their camp for sure.
And she will look at Hekator and go, I will go speak with the Justicars now. You are, of course, welcome to come with me.
Right? I mean, they've got nothing to hide. You'll walk up, accompany Mira.
You head that way. The Cathmoiran people watched with interest, but were far less aggressive to be like, no, stop. And they had a much lower DC to get out of the way because it's a devil. You know, Ox is like, it's a fucking devil. And this guy is like, in their mind, he's basically like the head of like MAGA, right? Like they're like, yeah, fuck that guy. And the Avalir people like trust, especially because you're from Avalir, Mira, so they trust you in that and they let that by. But maybe you two kind of catch me like, take us one by one. Because we're from Avalir, it's not fun. And you can just the whispers you might catch on the way that, you know, they're like, of course, it's gonna be us. We did, you know. We're the victims, of course. And they take them away. And you two can most certainly go seek out the Justicars if you wish, to see how they're going to render judgment. In the meantime, Zehvrei'El, Red, Leah, there's this whole camp to sort of understand and explore. And more interesting, this person, this sort of well-appointed, armored rider from Authensia, who seems to immediately command respect from the high, whatever I call them. Sorry, a lot of titles and names. The Palatine. Immediately commanded respect from the Palatine. Maybe someone worth knowing. What would the three of you be doing? Or what would Ganbaatar, what would you be up to?
I'll be headed to check out my mount.
Absolutely. That's one thing I haven't included in my little Tailspire build here, but you will note there is actually an extensive stables that would be incorporated here somewhere. You make your way in to find your mount, who is amongst other sturdy mounts, to be clear. Definitely like a variety. Some actually no. Like you said, these are all heavy cavalry horses. And considering it's winter time, they're probably spending a lot of their time here in the stables. Yours is a very different kind of warhorse and sticks out. And as you sort of approach, its head immediately sort of turns in your direction. If you approach, you'll kind of nuzzle its head against your chest.
And he'll immediately grab out uh, a brush kit and what have you, and immediately set to making sure that he is all set and taken care of, and then it will be time to find something to eat.
Absolutely fair enough. Speaking of something to eat, does your horse have a name, by the way?
Zolt.
Zolt. I like Zolt. That's awesome. Um, as you're brushing Zolt, you hear Zolt kind of and stick his sort of nose and mouth in the direction of your satchel, where you usually store your rations and carrots, or what have yous, for Zolt. Sort of trying to sneak a treat with his mouth.
Yeah, so I'll take a look around the stable. I'm certain that these folks have got you know some dried apples or
Yeah,
something.
you find a bucket with treats for these horses. Absolutely, feed him. He chews it up, takes it, and you go back to grooming your horse, who is happy for the ritual, happy to be by your side. Um, and then you go find something to eat. Absolutely. Your what about your falcon? Or is it a hawk? Is it a falcon?
It's a hawk.
Ah, what about your hawk? Does your hawk have any?
Chinook.
Chinook. Um, Chinook kind of sort of caws and kind of fluffs its wings as if to say like, "Well, you fed him."
As soon as we get to someplace where they have meat.
Uh, it sort of chirps and continues to be a little, bit of a pain in your ass. But you also know, of course, a capable hunter as well, so you could give it permission to loose if you mind, whatever it proves.
Eh,
Um,
if they've got stuff, I'll supply it so he doesn't have to expend the energy.
Fair enough. It's been a
Because
long
I
journey.
firmly suspect that trailing a trailing a whole bunch of refugees with already spooked stuff, uh, trail rations could be thin. Forage could be
Fair enough.
thin.
Absolutely fair enough. And you know that Chinook's tired. Has been flying all day as you've been riding all day. So, yeah, absolutely, and not hard to find. Hawks have smaller bellies, depending on the size, of course. But so yeah, you absolutely find something to feed them with. Um, what about Zehvrei'El, Leah, Red? When you guys step out of the fortress, what's on the agenda for you guys? It could be anything. A little flavor, a little role play, maybe a thought, maybe a feeling. What are you guys up to?
I was gonna have Leah update everyone um, on what was happening, but I guess if that's all going down with the fiends, maybe she wouldn't. But is that happening like at the same time?
I'll say that like because the scene played out and you didn't really say anything much, you probably like watched it all happen. And as Mira and Hekator head off to deal with that, it may be a good way to sort of redirect the attention to something uh, you know important, something productive. Yeah, you could absolutely lend that update.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll tell them that we have their gracious hospitality extended to us, and we're able to have somewhere warm to sleep and food in our bellies, and that we'll be making our way to Vasselheim soon. So,
People listen. You guys, I would say that you guys like command. At this point, you guys command like immense loyalty from these refugees, and you know, scholarly people, intelligent people, always a critic around there, right? Everybody knows best. Um, when you mention you have their hospitality, some of the Avalier people kind of just fine. They don't say anything enough to like interrupt you or maybe a little bit like, oh great. Privately amongst themselves, a little pushback where they're like, they've already taken away Jor. Some hospitality, Cathmoiran people listen, and in the end, yeah, they take the update and kind of nod. Um, yeah, they receive the update. Is there anything you follow with? It'd be like maybe give them some things to do. What would you? Is that the update?
yeah, I'll help them get settled, and I mean, yeah, I'll just help them get settled.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what. Why don't you make me a just maybe flat general charisma check to kind of you know patch up any sort of residual bad feelings, shall we say. Just kind of like, yeah, you could set up over there, be like, we're safe now, like really let them swallow the idea that things are good, help morale up.
Yeah, I got a 12.
12. Um, let's see if it's a persuasion check. I think that is the appropriate skill at the end of the day.
Then it would have been a 17 then.
Got it. With your plus 10, I believe you get like from your.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see
Then,
how 14 turns into.
yeah. Right. I think so. So 21.
Got it.
I think.
Yes, Leah, exquisitely, you somehow turn this moment around. This could have been, this is a hard way to enter. It's like, the gate. Oh no, one of our community leaders is getting arrested for heresy and may be executed, and also that tiefling guy, whatever. To like, yeah, this is safe. I mean, they're paladins. They're paladins. Yeah, this is probably good. Hopefully, Joran gets okay. So yeah, you absolutely turn it around, and you'll basically mitigate any morale loss from Joran and Ox being taken. And maybe you're kind of like, I mean, you saw the fiend, like the dead imps on the ground. Like, I mean, they seem to know their stuff, and it's like, okay, but it's Joran, so, but you do mitigate any lost morale. Good job. What about Red? Red,
Oh,
you win. What you doing? Ooh.
Ooh. Yoo-hoo. I think for Red, they would be, I guess just trying to blend in, like not really wandering off anywhere, trying to just kind of like stay with the group. But I think in this moment it would be more like thoughts and feelings than anything else. Especially because I think it would be noted for them, like what they said before. Like this is the first time since that like chaotic exodus that there is like genuine like quiet, right? Like obviously there's the normal hustle and bustle of what's happening around them, but like it's not imminent danger per se. Like yes, okay, there's fiends, but like you know what I mean, like inherently they feel safe. There is kind of quiet, or pockets of quiet here and there, and I think that will be the first time that that's kind of hit them since everything was in this divine fire, this collapse of their home, the loss of their or separation from their family. So I think that would be really weighing on them and hitting them like kind of for the first time, like they've had the first opportunity to like really like take all that in. And I think, as they're kind of like sticking to the group or sticking to like people that they know, maybe trying to find a little something to eat or to rest, they would like kind of look up at the sky and wonder like is there like are they looking at the same stars at the same sky as their family is, like where are they, kind of existential thoughts a little bit. And they have with them a little brass bell and a little like piece of lavender like from their parents that's like tucked in their pocket or in their bag. So I think like in these times of like quietness, like they would touch those as like just like a way to feel connected, like as best as they can to their family. And they're just trying to like absorb everything that's transpired over the past, was it several days now, several weeks now, several days now.
It'd be about a little more than 2 weeks, yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I didn't think it was that long. So yeah, over the past 2 weeks or so, I think it's just all kind of like really weighing on them at this point. And so they're like touching those mementos, kind of thinking about like, thinking, wishing, hoping that like their family is okay, and realizing, I think for the first time, that they're like a little bird in the big city, like they're alone, and like, yes, these people have taken them in and they're grateful, but I think this is a lot. They are but a simple farmer, and they are not in Kansas anymore.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, feeling a little intimidated by the shadow of this well, not really a shadow. It seems to be that there's always just kind of light. I have my board where it's like white with snow. I would imagine it's very sort of like southern Russia, where it's like there's absolutely snow and like bits of snow on the ground here and there, but it's not like the heart of winter. There is like grass that peeks through all the cold. Um, and no matter where you go, like yeah, there's shadows here and there, but no matter where the sun sits in the sky, almost eerily, like the place just seems full of light, sunlight. And maybe that's reassuring because there's been much darkness. Is there, this seems like a very spiritual moment for you. Is there a faith that Red has that Red would be reaching out to in this moment?
Yeah, I think so. They are, they definitely feel a connection to the Wild Mother, like they always have, and to the earth. Um, and I think that's what kind of connects them back as well, like really having faith in that, and that everything is connected like by nature and in that way. And just again, like I said, kind of wishing and hoping that like even as they're thinking about like being separated again, like from their moms, from their sisters, like kind of like maybe we're walking on the same earth that the Wild Mother touches, or that, like that she has created, like that kind of, again, like kind of like somewhere, even though we're far apart, like we are touching the same things that like the Wild Mother has like like has touched to, kind of thing, like kind of like grasping at straws there a little bit for some kind of like
Yeah.
connection. So I think, yeah, just like again, in a very like existential and, like you said, like spiritual way, like we are all connected through nature, and feeling like their grounding of like the world tree, and um really like holding on to that as like some shrivel of hope that like all will be good in the end.
Roll me a religion check as you are looking for this connection between the Dawnfather and the Wild Mother to kind of like find comfort in this place for your own faith.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Well, not the best, but all right, but that's a nat 20 minus 1, so 19.
Okay. You're from Cathmoira,
Yep.
and you know quite well how Cathmoira was created. So, the whole city used to be built around a mountain. The mages showed up and asked, "Can we chop your mountain up and make a flying city out of it?" And that's how Avalier and Cavalier, blah, 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 blah. What's important to note is legend has it that back during the schism, when the gods first divided into prime deities and betrayer gods, and the betrayer gods fought with the primordials, and that side fought to to destroy the world and wipe it clean, to start anew, but the prime deities fought for their creations, dragons, elves, these things at the time. On the In that very spot, the Wild Mother and the Dawnfather did terrible battle with a great primordial fire and a great primordial earth, and sealed them within the earth, underneath that which would then become Cathmoira. You have, through your power, this strange connection to sort of reach into the roots of the earth. And how interesting is it that you were born and raised in a place where those roots of the earth were directly connected with these powerful primordials, earth and fire, an emperor and empress of these elements. You don't remember their names specifically, but you do know that your god, the Wild Mother, this god, Dawnfather, fought side by side and were victorious at your home. And now here you are. Is it by chance that the Wild Mother has led you to the bastion of uh, her warrior brother? Maybe something to be taken.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think people would absolutely notice that too, to be clear, from a roleplay perspective. MIra and Hekator are clearly busy, but I think for Zehvrei'El, for Leah, for Ganbaatar, you might notice this rather unique creature, an owlin, who sticks out pretty intensely. It's probably looks a little bit like Bruce Banner when he first shows up on the shield helicarrier, where he's kind of like just trying to stay out of everyone's way a little bit, and a little kind of off on his own. And yeah, you notice Red is maybe a little like little owl, big fortress. Might be something worth noting. Which will turn me to. Oh yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
I was already gonna do something related to faith. I think he would notice Red just kind of like you described Bruce Banner in, just kind of trying to stay out of the way, and I think he would walk over and he would kindly gesture for Red to follow him. It's Red, right?
That's right.
You seem a bit anxious.
You could say. I think lost might be a better descriptor. I feel lost.
Then let's go find something. And if Red agrees, I think we'll. I think he would try to find like a altar or like a shrine or something of the like for like where people like worship the Allfather or the the
Oh, Hammer.
Dawnfather. Excuse me.
Oh, the Dawnfather. God.
Yeah.
One of these fathers, hammers, fire.
Yeah.
The Dawnfather. You very clearly saw what is probably the most prominent altar to the Dawnfather in the fortress, and you were welcomed there for matters of importance or faith. So you guys could very well go there if that was your wish.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I think he would go in there and probably try to understand, I think.
Got it. Understood. You guys head up there. And yeah, you'll see at this point it's cleared out. The room is now empty. It is guarded by, of course, the paladins of the Solar Gate. But these guys are all not here anymore. They've all gone off to do their various responsibilities. Council adjourned, and the room is empty, other than these warriors who sort of welcome you in, allow the doors to slide open. Um, you're all strangers in this land, so one of them does sort of come inside and very respectfully just stands at the back of the room, minds his own business. But yeah, you approach this shrine where incense actively burns, and there is uh like the shrine dedicated to the sun and to the warrior values of the Dawnfather. It's a very nice altar, very well tended.
I'm not sure if praying or faith is your thing, but well, if faith gives so many people purpose and a sense of morality, then maybe for but a moment it can help you and myself feel seen. I'm sorry, I can't offer more.
And Red would put his hand on your shoulder, just very lightly. Thank you for this.
I don't know. I I know I brought you here, but I don't think I know how uh, to pray. At least not in the right way. So this is going to be a learning experience for us both.
I don't think there is a right way. I think it just comes to you. You let it in.
Well, let's give it a try, shall we?
Yeah.
And I think Zehvrei'El will kind of sit crisscross applesauce on one of the floor pillows, and I think he'll just kind of sit there and take in the image of the altar, and he'll exhale, then he'll close his eyes, then he'll just try to picture that altar and the light that comes off of it, and it casts shadows, and he thinks about how the shadows move. How the light has to be there so that the shadows can also be there, if that makes sense. And I think he just tries to think about that, the significance of the light and its relationship to the dark. You are muted.
Yeah, I was just saying, excellent, excellent. And what about Red?
Oh, I think Red would do the same. I'm not sure an owl can sit crisscross applesauce.
Well, you're not an owl. You're
an owl person. I think they would do the same, or like maybe kneel.
Yeah, whatever you like. Well,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, these are the, you could sit like the samurai
Just go
do if you
back
wish,
on
right?
your.
Yeah,
Or yeah,
yeah.
you do the bird thing where you just kind of sort of squat and your feathers kind of cover up your legs and whatever you want.
Yeah, and I think they would kind of do the same, like they would close their eyes and try and like soak in all of the surroundings, like feel the warmth of like the space that they're in. They would let like is it like the firelight like kind of soak on them a little bit, and like appreciate the incense like that you said that we're burning, and try and just like relax into the space that they're in. um and I think they would start to like think and pray like to the wild mother. um and I think they would say, I think they would think that they were praying in their mind, but it would end up like under their breath, if that makes sense, right? Like when you were like deep in like a spiritual space. So I think they would say to themselves, Mother of tides, of root and gale, in this fractured world, let your mercy prevail. Breath of the wind and heartbeat of the sea, as the world breaks apart, stay whole in me. And then they would just kind of drift off into whatever spiritual space that led them to.
Zehvrei'El
Yeah.
hears you say that, and he's like, "You're a lot better at this than I am."
And you two pray like monks for a little while. That's magnificent. And take inspiration. Praying to your gods, I think, requires a little inspiration. Um, Meanwhile, in a far less sort of peaceful sense, um, uh, yeah, I would say maybe probably before Zehvrei'El and Red had come there chronologically, um, walking down and escorted already would be the two monks of Arathis, the Dawnfather. Seemingly, the matter of fiends walking around is a matter of great concern for a monastic religion order looking out for dozens and dozens of people in tight quarters. So yeah, they're already sort of walking down the steps as you approach, and you are greeted with a respectful bow, as they seem to bow to everyone.
Maybe walk with you.
There's just a small nod from the Justicar, who seems to be walking in the general direction of wherever they took Ox and Jordan.
Two of our company have been taken by the Justicars. I have no reason to doubt the Justicars. I do not want some individual summarily slain on the word of any, and I was coming to prevail upon you in the name of the goddess of law, to see that the law is followed and that justice is done.
She kind of stops and starts signing at you quite extensively, actually. And the young monk will say, the Justicar Aramori describes her mask and her silence. There are many within the Order of Arathis here in MIra who have undertaken vows of silence. Because true justice doesn't come from well-spun words, but is pure and comes from judgment alone. The Justicar will judge these creatures, if they be fiends, with honor and with adherence to the lawbearer's word. And he will speak to you, sort of not really interpreting the Justicar. He'll say, if it is any assurance to you, the Justicar is a very fair individual and will be sure to be certain to see if these are fiends or not before dispatching.
Will you hear? I understand you must go to do what you will do. I request that you hear my confession before you execute your judgment.
The Justicar makes no sign, just kind of listens to you. Again, these seem to be people of great patience and are not like, I'm busy. Like she's kind of stopped whatever she's doing to hear you as you have taken.
If Hekator is with me, she's not going to give her confession with Hekator sitting next to her.
Sorry, when you said confession, I didn't think you meant it religiously. I thought you meant like, let me convince you as to why they're cool or not. But if you mean a religious confession, you know what? We'll play it out the same because maybe we'll say it's a cultural thing. She kind of looks poised. You kind of look a little awkwardly, and there's like this weird silence where the young monk says, "Perhaps you mean to do this in private later?"
Yes, please.
I see. Very bad. And Justicar nods and will proceed. She'll stop and make some final signs, and the monk says, if you wish to see the judgment and interrogation by the name of Arathis, you may observe, if it is only indeed observation you mean to do.
Yes, I will not interfere. I would never. And she like bows and keeps her head down because I mean this is like a keeper, she would assume.
What about you? What were you going to say, Hekator?
I was going to say, I think Hekator would both say and sign, because he does have common sign language as a language. He would say and sign. Right, I don't know about confessions, but I could speak to the character of Ox, the red one with the horns.
And she will sign back to you, and I will just speak, but she's signing.
Sure.
And she says, there are not many who know the language of the hands. It's a pleasure to meet someone else who does. I have no doubt, as it seems by your appearance here, that this individual is someone you care for. My question to you would be, are you sure that this creature has not perhaps altered your mind in any way through magics? These sort of tricks are done often by fiends of the hells.
I think Hekator would. Ooh, yeah. Okay, he would say and sign back. Actually, no. I think he would just sign back. He would sign that he is not sure, and that he has only known Ox for a couple weeks, but in the time that they've been together, he's been immensely helpful, instrumental even for getting everyone to where they are now. And I think his hands would falter for a moment as he's signing. as he's got a bit of doubt in the back of his mind, and he'll say, "Can fiends cast curses or lay curses on people?" Would ask.
She will say, um, your uncertainty speaks well of your wisdom. Yes, they have dark magics to twist the mind to believe things. And even if they don't, these refugees are bound for Vasselheim, the bastion of protection for the holy, the faithful, and the innocent. To be kind, to ingratiate themselves to you, could be indeed a ploy. But make no mistake, through magics, we can get to the heart of the matter. We will make no assumptions. We will work on evidence, such as the way of the lawbearer.
Okay. I think Hekator would sign back that basically say, "I have dreamt the last 2 nights that I have been trapped in chains and could not move and hardly breathe. And had no rest."
She will. There was a pause there. She says, "Then it is fortunate you have come to a place of holy light. We will speak of this more, to be sure."
He would just sign and say, "Thank you."
She will bow to you, and then she will turn to go to begin to render her judgment. She will sort of take you into what is essentially the brig inside of this gatehouse, where the two of them are in separate cells under guard from one of the paladins. And she will approach, make the signs. Her translator monk will say, "Paladin, have you prepared the necessary spells?" The paladin will say, "Yes, Justicar." And say, "And the high priest?" And the paladin will say, "He is on the way, Justicar." He'll say, "Then let us proceed." The paladin will put his hand to his holy amulet, and he will say, "By the Dawnfather, let me spy upon magics unseen." He will cast detect magic. He will look upon them both, and he will say, "When the high priest comes, he may confirm it, but I do indeed see that there is a disguise upon the one who we have foreseen to be fiend. And make no mistake, Justicar, myself and my other 2 companions will testify that through our sight granted to us by the Dawnfather, we have witnessed his fiendish and hidden nature. He is undoubtedly a fiend to the eyes of all 3 of us. I may check again if it is your pleasure." The Justicar says, "Please do." Under the sort of visor of the helm, there'll be 2 glowings of golden light. And he'll say, "Indeed, this one is a fiend." Jordan's like, just doesn't really know what to say, but the paladin doesn't care what he has to say. He will say, "However, this one," and refer to Ox, "despite his most fiendish apparel, my sight does not see him as a fiend. Nor does any magic disguise his fiendish nature, as far as my senses can tell." The High Justicar says, "Then this one," referring to Ox, "will be a more difficult case to measure." At this point, the High Priest does appear. He does sort of join you all, High Priest Reve'El. And he says, "Justicar," and we'll look to the 2 of you and give you respectful bows. at your presence here, but indeed turn to the matter at hand. He'll say, "Yes, MIra?"
Would I be allowed to cast protection from evil and good on myself?
Yeah, absolutely. You cast the spell upon yourself, protecting yourself. That's kind of done quietly to the side. Nobody seems to mind. The high priest says, "I have the power truth prepared, as always, Justicar. We may use it at your pleasure." Says, "Very well." The high priest steps forth to both cells and says, "Both of you will be compelled by my spell in the name of the Dawnfather to speak the truth. If you resist, that will be considered admission of guilt and confession of your evil. If you do not, this interrogation may continue and your innocence may be proven in other ways. Do not resist, or we will judge you guilty. Is this understood?" Jorg, Ox just kind of... They both look a little nervous. High Priest says, "Is this understood?" The two of them kind of nod feebly, and he will cast, essentially, a Zone of Truth. He will say, "You will answer the questions provided, and you will answer them clearly." The Justicar will go forth and look to Joran and say, "Are you a fiend?" And he goes, and the High Priest says, "Speak, monster." And then he will say, "If you do not speak, you will be considered guilty. Speak now." And he goes, I think so. He says, "Reveal your fiendish nature now. Become what you are." He goes, he says, he kind of puts his hand on his sword. And Jordan kind of hangs his head like a trail of red sparks seals across his whole body. In a split second, he goes from being Master Apprentice Joran to a broad, muscular, long, large, leathery winged, horned, just basically the epitome of what you would imagine a devil looks like, and becomes the Cambion Joran. And the moment he does, the High Priest will turn and nod to Justicar and will say, "Does the lawbearer require anything else?" And the Justicar will say, "She'll look over to the two of you, Hekator and MIra, and will sign. And you will take it to know, Hekator, she is asking, would it be best for your people if the execution was handled now in private or in public? Arathis' judgment has been made."
I think Hekator would turn to MIra and ask her, and say, "She's asking about the execution. Public or private? It doesn't seem like there's much dissuading them. Did you know about this?"
Make me a charisma save, MIra. If you wished to have resisted the Zone of Truth. Because you would have certainly been standing in the vicinity.
She does not wish to resist it. She will answer honestly.
Fair enough.
I wasn't certain exactly what I saw, and my intention as soon as we got here was to come to, and she will look at the Esnathus and give my confession of what I saw. But the problem, Hekator, is that the people from MIra are so hateful of the people of Avalir, presumed everyone guilty, that I don't know that I trusted that yesterday, which is when I saw whatever it was I saw, before the Gaudrishari elders refused to provide aid to the people from Avalier, and wanted to know why we hadn't been taken captive, I was truly concerned with the way you have, the people of Ganbaatar have presumed the guilt of the people of Avalier. That it would cause a riot. That we wouldn't be able to control it. And she's in the zone of truth. She goes, I would have first come to you, except there was a tussle that distracted me from coming to you.
Right, I mean, you don't owe me anything. But...
You told your elders, Hekator, that Avalier attacked Ganbaatar. And I know you believe that. But I think they were both attacked by fiends. I think we're all victims. And I think that these devils will feed upon the anger and the evil. And so however we present this, we have to present it in a way that does not... Can you keep your people from wanting to butcher mine?
I'm not from MIra. And I'm not even sure what to think now.
I've known about this for less than 24 hours, and I did get it, and I did not know what I saw. He could have been like Ox.
True.
I would happily describe what I saw. I do know how to witness. And she will look at the Justicar, and she will describe with no judgment specifically exactly what she witnessed. In an almost robotic kind of way.
She will sign. The monk will interpret. She'll say, the machinations, the tricks of fiends are many. No crimes have been committed on your part, as far as you have described, under their influence, and even if you were, it would be hard to be called that guilt. To be deceived is not necessarily to be guilty.
I am sorry
we'll
if I
have
did
mercy
wrong.
in our eyes, to be sure. Definitely sort of breaking protocol. The monk will take a break from this justice and will move to you. And though clearly is built, like the whole point of this monk is built to be impersonal and impartial and be true justice and not emotional, sort of signs to you almost sort of intimately, like I won't say a teacher, like it's not so arrogant, but certainly like trying to pass on some wisdom from one holy person to another. What will she say? We do not build cities so that a few may rule wisely in silence. We build them so that many live under rules they understand. Justice is not a hidden and political thing. Justice is impartial, and justice should not be ashamed.
All right. We'll find a way. I worry for the people of Avalier. I worry that they will be collectively judged for something they did not know, when they are already presumed guilty. And even if I am certain there are people on Avalier that are responsible for what happened, I don't doubt it. But it had to be a small group. It was not everyone. My mother was a bridge builder. My father planned parties. Neither of them knew anything about fiends.
The Justicar simply nods and returns to the judgment at hand. She looks to the high priest and says, as usual, justice will not be carried out shamefully in secret. All will know and see that the justice of this order has been carried out and will be carried out fairly before all. The execution will be public. Make it soon. Make it this afternoon. High priest says, very well. And this one? High Justicar insinuates, says, are you a fiend? Locke says, no, I look like one. But I thought I was. But I guess I'm not. And the paladin sort of grips the glaive tightly, perhaps upset that their senses can't figure out this trick. They're looking at a devil, and that devil isn't registering as a devil to the sight granted them by the Dawnfather. The truth of what stands before them is not revealed to them, but it's clearly a struggle. She says, the Justicar will say, were you aware of Jorin's fiendish nature, and did you help him infiltrate the camp? He says, no, I really didn't. I didn't know. She'll say, have you committed any crimes upon these refugees here in Authensia since you have been here on this continent? He says, no. I've been helping. You've all seen I've been helping. No, not at all. She'll say, are you associated with any fiends who mean evil upon the good people of Exandria? He pauses. And the high priest quite impartially says, same for you. If you do not answer, we will take it as an admission of guilt. Speak. Max goes, I was. Priest goes, do you intend harm currently or in the future upon Exandria? Are you associated with the betrayers and their cults currently? He can't look you all in the eye. And you know before he says it. Yes. She says, to where does your true allegiance lie? He says, to the The priest says, speak! Ox goes, to the Lord of Hells. High Priest says, "Do you need anything more, Justicars? The spell held true. You have my oath on this." She says, "Do you and will you repent your evil and wicked ways? Will you abandon your master to these people?" I can try. Justicar will say, the priest will look at the Justicar who pauses and says, "Justicar?" And the monk says, "These refugees are bound for Vasselheim. Vasselheim cannot be risked by an infiltrator. I will take time to render judgment fair. I know what is safe, but not necessarily what is fair. Give me some time. Hold this one. Execute the other." The word of Arathis has been spoken. And with that, she will turn and leave very, very coldly from these two people. She's yet to sentence and revealed, and this one, who has been sentenced. And she leaves, as does the monk. The High Priest says, "Well, what are we waiting for?" Chained, gagged, pulled out by chains by the High Priest, and two paladins. Another one is summoned, and he is sort of brought to the gate. All of you will gather around, most surely, due to this commotion, where you will see between these paladins is wearing the face of Joran, a Cambion, red-skinned, leathery wings. If you didn't know better, this could be Asmodeus. And they have him chained. You guys will see coming down the steps is the High Palatine, and he will say, the old man who wasn't a part of that but is now a part of it now, he will say, "As High Palatine of the Gate, it is my responsibility to mete out the sentences laid by the Justicars here of the Order of the Solar Gate. This Cambion infiltrated refugees bound to Vasselheim and have traveled across the lands of Arthansia. There is no denying this creature's fiendish nature. And for this evil, the one you have known as Joran will be sentenced under the light of the Dawnfather. Being what he is, no words will be made to make final curses or spells upon you good people, and the execution will be proceeded now." So, immediately, shockingly, he draws a blade in one quick motion, light scatters across the edge of his blade, and with a divine smite, Joran's shocked before he could say anything, before his eyes can cast or find the right people in the crowd, and the blade swings and takes his head. The moment it hits the snow, it begins to disintegrate into a fiery ash. The High Palatine, "Now return to your evil master." And the creature will burn away. Some Abelier people will cry, horrified. But most, in fact, anybody who was here before you, and certainly the Cathmoirans, will look pleased to know that these paladins are doing good work. But the children who worship Ox, who is still imprisoned, if they had not had their eyes covered, would cry. But the protection of the Dawnfather and the law of Arathis have been passed and sentenced. The Dawnfather's gate is safer than it was just before. Let's take a break.
Damn.
So that's how you do us? You just put us through that and then just leave?
Bye. I'm gonna go get me some lemonade.
You heartless son of a bitch.
Welcome, Eric.
If you have
He's
to go, don't go like that.
Trust me, Eric has seen some heinous shit happen.
Yeah.
Well, we'll return shortly. We'll return shortly, and we'll keep this ball rolling.
Absolutely.
All right.
Justice! Justice!
I never thanked you. You won't have to.
Justice. Hey, honey, what do you want for dinner? Justice. You ever seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen that.
I think that was so fucking
I
funny.
haven't seen it in forever, dude.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Eric, is that artwork your character's artwork?
Yeah.
That you posted in Discord?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Not my talent beyond being able to set the descriptive prompt with the appropriate details.
Mm-hmm.
I have zero artistic talent.
Hey, I'm right
I'm a
there
tech
with you.
head. I can get
Oh.
to artistic talent. I can fake it, but
Yeah.
it's a placeholder for real talent, of which I have none, and I have no money, so it's in my budget.
Oh man. I feel like I consider just D&D or role-playing games. That's my artistic outlet. That's where I get to flex those muscles, I suppose. But yeah, as far as making art, no. Not for me.
Yeah, I have an ongoing problem in that I think in picture
Mm-hmm.
and I can write stuff longhand, but the adage is true, picture's worth 1,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
I want the image. I
Yep.
have it in my head. I need to translate that out of my head to get that sense of done.
Yeah. I get that feeling.
And conveniently, because right now I'm between jobs, learning to prompt for a variety of things
Mhm.
is an actual useful skill to be upskilling.
Absolutely.
And I feel sorry for Ryan. I've subjected him to way more of that stuff than anyone ever needs to see.
What have you subjected me to?
Way more stuff that's being generated out of learning the AI
Oh.
prompt because Ryan was on the wrong end of a lot of legalese and political
Yeah,
spin.
I sure was. I sure was. That is true.
Is that Mira's? Mira got 345 HP.
Oh shit, that's crazy. Sorcerer?
She's dead. Zero.
No, oh, she's dead now. Oh damn. What'll do?
Oh man, the story's getting good. This conflicts of events, it has perfectly timed it where Hector is doubting.
Ooh. Was he doubting?
His trust, I think.
Oh, it's there.
And I think it was the imps, man. I think it was the imps seeing the exact things that attacked Kath Moira and that he was taken out and that took out a posse. That
It's true. Yeah, there. Yep. And I gotta say, Joran there looks like, I mean, as much as one could look to be in charge of fiends, he had that beautiful, dark, charismatic, fiendish, everyone's seen a Cambion. They look like the epitome of the devil.
Yeah, but Hecator is also sitting here thinking, that guy was a dork. What do you mean?
That guy
Wait.
was a mage of Avalir.
Yeah. Among other things.
among other things.
I'm realizing that almost everyone else has a familiar but me. I am a familiar.
Yeah, there you go. Wait a second. It was me all along. I'm the familiar. All right. Let's get back to it. So, we return to our game. I'm going to say at this point, you're all gathered around, you have seen this event. I want to really quickly, yeah, hit each of you and I don't know, let's check in. Um, yeah, I mean, we just talked about it, but Hecator, what's going through Hecator's head after these revelations and this execution, and maybe how is that manifesting on his face or his body?
Yeah, yeah. So Hecator is his eyes are certainly not looking at where Campion Jorn was just cut down. He's staring at the ground and looking maybe just at the footsteps in the snow, just looking at what he knows and trying to think about, he saw the imps, he saw this Cambion, he saw Ox, and he saw all of these things in Kath Moira, kind of during the worst time of his life, and is now really full of doubt, and is now wondering if he has been played. He's maybe hearing a little echoing of his mother's words about, being too trusting, or, believing in the good in people is great, but you don't always just want to assume it.
Very
And
fair.
I think he's just feeling a little naive.
There, looking into the dirt, looking into the snow,
Mm-hmm.
maybe self-reflection more than horror of what's right in front of you. What about Leah? Leah, you're the leader. You're looked to as like the leader of these people. You're sort of the voice that keeps people moving in the right direction. And I mean, Leah, you just witnessed Joran, who's one of the big names around your camp. Uh, what's going through Leah's head? How is Leah reacting? What would people see?
I think at first when he comes out and can be informed, she's shocked and like takes a step back, maybe lets out a gasp. Um, her instinct is horror and terror, right? And um, understanding that Joran really was a fiend, I think she is um, I don't know the word, but maybe vindicated in a way. She just saw these creatures kill her father and take out her city. She she hates them and wants them all to leave. And so she's feeling like a sense of vindication in this moment, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. So maybe Leah, there's like a look on your face of anger and like resoluteness that like good, this was done. It's fair. It's very fair. Um, Ganbaatar. She's been crazy the last little while, and here you are at the gates. How does this reflect in Ganbaatar, and maybe his experiences up until now dealing with this craziness that has unfolded in the last 2 weeks?
Well, it's oddly comforting in that it is here as well as everywhere. So it's pervasive. So carrying a degree of paranoia with you is not you're not crazy. It's confirmation that you're not crazy. The other thing is that clearly the reputation of this order is upheld. They were able to, immediately root out whatever this was and deal with it expeditiously, transparently, and reasonably cleanly, which is what their reputation holds forth. So it improves the sense of trust in their ability to be forthright and good to their reputation.
Oh, reputation. Understood. Excellent. So maybe from Ganbaatar's a little bit of like a good. See, things work here, where things have not been working everywhere in this calamity. Red. Shocking, I mean, you're Cathmoiran. This is an Avalier wizard. This Avalier wizard has been a fiend this whole time.
Not cool, man.
Nope. Not kidding. Go ahead.
No, I think they so Red is restless and hyper aware, and so I think they would, do their little they would like taste the air, their little, their beak click very nervously, like as the wind shifts with all this what we're observing now. I think a little bit out of, like I said, awareness, maybe a little bit out of fear of the unknown. But I think ultimately, like, they view things like this as sometimes like a grim necessity. Like, battle is harvest, which is what they, grew up around, right? It is hard, it is dirty work. But it has to be finished so that survivors can eat and sleep. And so I think that they would accept that this is what was, it's kind of all a part of it.
Absolutely. Fair enough. Zehvrei'El, I want to hit you, my friend. This is the work of the Dawnfather and Arathis. Dawnfather being he who roots out the darkness, the evil, is vigilant for it and slays it. That is the tenets of their order. It has been done before you now. Maybe the reality of it is a little bit more shocking than the theory of it. And you had only just asked, like, why do you do this? Like, why is this the right way to go? And Arathis, too. Like, this was justice. This was justice, and this was righteousness. And it was pretty brutal. Is this just kind of fair enough for Zehvrei'El? How's this manifesting for Zehvrei'El, sort of visually and mentally? Muted.
I think Zehvrei'El, I think he does. Unfortunate that this had to happen. But he felt something with Ox, or towards Ox, and I think these paladins of the Dawnfather being able to find someone that he wasn't keen to, uh, I think it does show and kind of further the point that they do want to help the innocent, um, to protect them. And in seeing the canon, uh, I think after the execution, he knows that the innocents here are safer now. So,
Lastly, I'll hand it to MIra. MIra clearly going through a hard time with the conflict between, you know, a lot of shame and guilt being thrown in the direction of Avalier, and then this execution and Joran and your knowledge of this happening to Joran, having not revealed it, and looking around and seeing your friends and allies, and everybody else in the camp looking incredibly vindicated and maybe a little angry, but mostly vindicated that this was the right, just thing to happen. And only a couple of people from Avalier, and children, of course, are dismayed by this, by the dismay of the death of a fiend who you did know and protected. Man, that's a lot. What's going on with Miro? How's this all manifesting outwardly and inwardly?
She would be surrounded in divine fire. And probably be clutching her holy symbol and be the picture of divine outrage and betrayal. Because the truth is, she didn't know what she saw. She's a witness. He could have been like Ox. Her intention was always to get him here. And that sense of betrayal, and of course the loathing for what he is and what he's done, just, she probably looks like a frothing lunatic surrounded in divine fire. But just like, if you've ever been so incredibly angry that all you could do is cry, that's where she is.
Gotta say, a person erupting and emulating into a silver arcane fire draws attention.
No. The protection, when she casts protection from good and evil, that's from her magic. That's from her acolyte, so it's actually just divine.
So you're not surrounded in fire? Or you just said you were surrounded in fire?
No, but it's holy energy. It's just Arathis. It's not spellfire.
Oh yeah. Emulating in silver fire is
okay, but yeah.
Yeah. However you slice it. Yeah. Definitely attention spins in your direction to by enlarge the entire camp. And it's not like a, hey, are you okay? It's very much like a hands on pills. Is there like, what is going on over there?
She's praying. She's praying to Arathis as she's just sitting there. She's just angry at the fiend. I mean, she's.
Eyes don't leave you. These paladins watch carefully, not fully understanding what they're seeing. And the fiend takes care of himself and singes the ground with his disappearing energy so intensely that it melts right through the snow to the hard ground. Master Apprentice Joran is gone. Only you, MIra, know that was indeed the Master Apprentice Joran. All that's left behind is that book. Was that Joran? Did Joran die somewhere on the journey and was replaced? Was there never a Joran? Was Joran a fiend from the very beginning infiltrating your camp? Only MIra knows that that was Joran who made another foolish mage blunder about thinking himself better than, able to outsmart anything and anyone. The rest of you, was there ever a Joran? After this is complete, applause breaks out through the camp. Not a celebratory woohoo, but an appreciation for the paladins and the justice done forth. Maybe, just maybe, because justice is in a popularity contest, and often justice can be quite unpopular, regardless of if it is just or not. Perhaps there's a slight release of tension from the paladins to see that as they carry out worthy justice, public opinion, though it wasn't what they were going for, does swing in their favor. No one wants to be hated in their own camp for doing what must be done. And life goes back to normal. Slowly, people return back around to camp. Paladins return to their duties. And through it all, the Palatine and the Paladins of the Solar will sort of bow to the crowd in thanks for their respect, and will all return to their various duties around the Dawnfather's gate. You're tired. What a day. Emotionally, physically, you've been journeying for most of the day, and now all of this? It's time for bed. You find your way to the camp that has been set up by the refugees. Surely word will spread through the camp soon enough about why the Avalier people sit on the very, very edge of because, you expand out with a refugee camp, and then the new people add on to that expansion. So at the very edge is the Cathmoirans, naturally adding on to the expanse, and beyond them is the Avalier people, who as usual keep their distance from the Cathmoirans. Soon enough, word will spread perhaps why this is. For now, you guys find your way to what has been very respectfully made for all of you, is places to sleep out here in the cold. The nicest tents have been reserved for you, and a little food from the soup pot, the massive sort of communal soup pot, has been saved from. This respect continues. Ganbaatar, you will have a tent made up for you by the paladins, actually. You know what? Actually, an honored guest such as yourself, we're keeping to between me and you what it is you actually are for now. I'm sure they'll find out eventually. But I would say that a guest, one of the very few guest rooms in the fortress itself is made up for you. And if you accept it, they will be happy to host you.
It would be impolite to turn down such a gracious offer.
Indeed. Up on the third floor, you will find yourself a comfortable enough bed. It is like all the others, laid on the floor, but it is comfortable. It is nice and padded. What little sort of luxury they can afford is yours. There's a desk, there is candles, there's parchment, there's pen, and there's somewhere to keep your supplies, your bag, your clothes, and your armor. There is a window where your falcon may come and go if you were to open it. They've even made sort of a falconry stand available to you, so your hawk may sleep in your room if you wish.
Awesome.
Yes, treated with every courtesy. Courtesy is very important to this. And with that, is there anything anyone wants to do before sleeping?
Zehvrei'El will kind of go to the refugees that we brought along with us. Um, and I think he would be just kind of generally talking to everyone, like asking if they need anything, seeing if they're doing all right. Um, if any are still hungry, trying to find them rations, and he would definitely be on the lookout for people that are not doing well. Like, no one's doing well, but the ones who are really not doing well.
Um, people are doing pretty good. Um, the paladins, the clerics, they're not charging for healing. Um, anyone who is dealing with any sort of major injury or uh, potent sickness is given exceptional healing care free of charge. Amongst your refugees, however, this continues. You have druids amongst you who provide some healing. Um, people here aren't fed as well as they were on the road with Alderpean because the Order of the Solar Gate is rationing. And what you have brought is only one extra day of food for this particular camp of refugees. So in the grand scheme of the many dozens of people here, it's not a lot. And they are rationing. So they're not eating quite as well as they were. The Cathmoirans completely understand this. The Avalier people complain. Um, the Avalier people are, there's actually maybe, the Avalier camp is very split. There are some who are very like mage proud, not beating their chests like I literally just did, but certainly like ridiculous how we're being treated by the Cathmoirans. We deserve respect and maybe an extra blanket, and a little entitled, a little sort of like doubling down on their mage pride. There's others who are like, oh, we're not a part of that. Like oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we're from out there, but we didn't. No, I mean, I was my kid's a barista, was a barista. Like fuck, like I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm not a part of the problem. So that's kind of the two philosophies in the Avalier camp. There's the people who are like, this is my home, I'm proud of my home, I'm proud of it. And then there's people who are like, I'm not a part of those people who fucked up. Um, and especially the mage proud people, they're very distraught over the death of Shorin and don't necessarily care that he was killed. And are very indignified by what happened and think it was everything from it was a miscarriage of justice to why did we come here to anger and sadness and all of that.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
yeah.
he's not the best negotiator and or a social worker by any means,
Yeah.
but I think he would approach and he would try to make them feel heard, to make them feel like out of everyone that someone is listening to their complaints. And
How does Zehvrei'El feel about those complaints? Because these complaints are coming mostly from the like double down, the mageocracy is awesome people.
yeah, I think he doesn't necessarily agree with their complaints, and at any opportunity, I think he would try to kind of, just get a toe in the door, of their mindset. Like, Avalier was once a superpower, right? But now, the way the world is, we are just trying to survive to the next day. So it's about carrying on. It's about making sure that the person to your left and to your right can carry on. We have to watch out for each other.
Make me a persuasion check. I'm putting DC up a little bit high because, I mean, have you ever told a religious person that Jesus said love your neighbor and don't hate them for who they are.
Yeah.
Like a real religious person, someone really
Uh,
dedicated to their cause.
you're taking me back home. Uh, persuasion. Sorry.
Yeah,
Alrighty. Shikayate. 18.
very good. Yeah, you you risk offense a couple of times, but bring it around. Either through like considering what has happened, what people believe right now is very hardly set. You know what I mean? Like everyone who believes everyone around here has made a hard stance on it. It's not like today where it's like, oh yeah, maybe I saw it on Facebook and like who knows, you can't believe everything you read and like, oh well we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Like this is like mages believed they were better than gods, and now the world is exploding because of it. So people are at that point, people are taking very hard stances. And these people are like, it's not the mage's fault. We're awesome. We'll blame literally anything else we possibly can, including the Prime Daemons. These people are like, we had nothing to do with it. We're not a part of the problem no matter what. We're gonna sit over here because we're not a part of these. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into it. But point is like people have hard set beliefs, so you don't change any minds. But you definitely like soften some edges. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
you
if that's
make them
what I can
feel
do.
heard. Yeah.
I mean, and that's exactly it. You know, I'm not looking to change the paradigm of the world, right? But sometimes I think, and I believe Zehvrei'El thinks, if you could just make someone have a voice and maybe, you know, like introduce that idea or uh, to be humble, to be, I guess, world wise. I don't know, like being cognizant of the current situation. Maybe it can help.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Get some truck, soften some edges, and most importantly, let these people know that they've been heard. Someone cares to hear. Someone who isn't necessarily a part of the crew, part of the cult. Um, excellent. There's nothing else. Because there will be
I
plenty
think,
of opportunity. Oh yeah, yeah, please, please, please.
I was gonna say, I think Hekator would go seek out MIra.
Okay.
And assuming that she's not too difficult to find, would say, would you mind accompanying me to go see the Justicar? You and her share something of the same god. I think I understand.
Yes, yes, we do.
Right.
Arathis is a goddess of civilization and law and justice.
That was some justice. Anyway, I think he might have cursed me.
Wait, what? I no.
I think it was him.
I don't understand. A curse?
Hey,
What kind of curse?
I'm not sure, but last night and the night before, I just felt caught up in chains, like I couldn't move, couldn't do anything, couldn't breathe, couldn't even meditate. Not that I was that good anyway. But I signed back and forth to the Justicar, and she might be able to help.
I had the same dreams those nights.
I'm so sorry.
I thought it was my judgment. I thought I was being judged for my sins.
Unless I am too, then
No, of course not. I assume we're walking and talking and finding the Justicar at this point.
yeah, walking up.
You, you make your way up to the fortress. You will, you find the Justicar. You find her with her aide, and you can certainly approach. I will say, like, it's getting late, so maybe like she ends up coming down from wherever her room may be, and she greets you with respectful bow as usual. I'll even say this is her room here. It's like here on the first floor, so she's pretty immediately made available to you guys. And sort of begins to sign. She'll sign to you first, Hekator, and she'll say, "Good evening. You speak the language of of hands. May I allow my aide to sleep, and you could interpret for me, as I assume MIra will wish to understand the conversation."
I think Hekator will sign back. Of course.
Then she signs to her aide, who sort of bows respectfully and will leave to get some sleep. And then we don't need to go like I say, you say, she says, blah blah blah. She'll sit down with you all at the center of the room, and she'll converse with you.
I spoke with you earlier about something of an affliction or a curse. I'm fearful of what sleep would bring me tonight. I'm quite tired, to be honest. Furthermore, the MIra has had the same experience, same dreams.
I have.
She will. She signs. Indeed, that is most troubling. We shall have to get to the root of the problem of what has happened to you. I would invite you to sleep here tonight. Me and perhaps another paladin, maybe even the high priest, will watch over you, and we'll see if we can help in some way. Dreams are a difficult realm to interpret. But it sounds like whatever you're facing is a darkness.
Aye. Thinking it come from that fiend.
It is quite possible. We will see what we can learn. We make a point of not inviting darkness. Well, the Order of the Solar Gate, the Paladins of the Dawnfather, make a point of not inviting darkness, and so we do not have much lore of dark things, but we do have the power to cast it out.
That would be much appreciated.
Regardless of our abilities, you will sleep in a holy place of the Dawnfather. That may provide something. Have faith. We'll figure this out together. With that said, I will indeed refer you to the High Priest, I think, more than myself. Matters of darkness should be dealt with by clerics of the Dawnfathers rather than simple monks and judiciaries, unfortunately. I will explain your situation to him, and he will surely help you, if that is acceptable by your standard.
Hi.
Can you show me how to say yes, thank you? And I'll try to learn the sign for that.
Yeah. She provides a small bow and will stand and will essentially, they will begin to organize indeed, going up, finding the high priest, who I will repost, as these are a lot of names to keep track of, and positions. High priest Revered, Hanzo Revered, will come down. He will say, "Your situation has been explained to me. I am sorry to hear that your knights have been cursed. Be sure that Dawnfather and myself will do what we can to be of assistance." Bedrolls will be made out. You will sleep literally sort of under the altar of the Dawnfather, and he will kind of sit very much like he has no intention of sleeping tonight now. And he will, whatever other many, many responsibilities he has on his shoulders, he will now try and assist you, which isn't a burden to be ignored, but he does so happily. Okay. You all go to sleep. MIra and Hekator. Wisdom saving throws.
Oh boy. Oh. 22.
MIra?
19.
19. Start with you, Hekator. As you sleep, again, the blackness, the tight chains, the pain, the light. Just a small little bead of light in the dark, barely penetrating the blackness, like a single star, but solar. It's unreachable in these chains. And then it gets a little brighter, and through the layers of chains finds your cheek. Gives you some small relief. Hekator. This will take an immense force of will and awareness of yourself and where you are and what is going on. There's certainly a symbolism here, clearly. What is it, or where is it within Hekator's will does he find the power to break free from this cursed place?
I think it is, for him, he's led a pretty carefree life, mostly up until the last couple weeks, and kind of been trained his whole childhood and early adulthood for something he thought would never come, and lo and behold, it has. And I think just that sense of duty to the people around him, to his mother, to the spirits, to get all of them safely through this. It's just a sense of responsibility.
As the light brushes your face, it is only like a gentle reminder of these things. The light does not give you the power to escape. It only gives you the reminder of the faces of the people who you know would have died if you weren't there. Amongst the remaining some near 36 refugees, what flashes over your eyes is a decent sum of them. Each face, one after the other, lives that would be gone, taken, dead, if not for you. And then the rest of the faces as well. And the faces of these other refugees at the camp, under the protection of the Solar Gate. The work's not done. And these things flow through you. The light only serves as a reminder of these people who would have died and these people who need you. And from within yourself, you indeed find this strength, this will. And you just allow yourself to dig deep, deep, deep within yourself. And burning from you is righteous purpose to protect the innocent. And the light comes from you. And the chains disintegrate and burst. And the blackness is cast out by your light. Not anyone else's, but by your light. And then you dream quite sweetly of home, maybe of MIra, when you were very young, the replenishment for the very first time, your mother's proud eyes, your uncle's kind of that look he got every now and then, and he tried to hide that he was impressed that you were excelling well in your teachings. The affectionate sort of slap on the back of the head, somehow affectionate slap on the back of the head you'd get when you were fidgeting during your meditations by your uncle with a chuckle. Your friends. You dream well for the rest of the night, and never is the sun too far away in your dreams for the rest of the night. You have broken your own curse. Dawnfather just gave you the chance. Take inspiration!
Oof.
Now, a little unfortunate news. It's not quite so well for MIra. It's not quite so well for Leah. MIra, you are back, wrapped, bound in 3 black layers of chains. You have as much leeway as you had the night before, the ability to sort of negotiate great pain to your fingers to release and relieve your arms. And then vice versa, to bind your legs tightly, cutting off circulation, but able to wiggle your toes, able to free your breath, to be able to breathe, but at the cost of almost ripping your cheeks back in pain, and vice versa. And you don't see, you see the light, just a little bead beyond. And it's however you want to interpret it, but maybe to you that light is almost a mockery from whatever dark person has made this denizen, or the light doesn't care about you enough to reach you, like how you thought this was Arathis' judgment upon you a couple nights ago. Whatever it may be. How do you negotiate with the chains tonight? You feel in that negotiation, if you push just a little harder, if you risked just, if you not even risked, just suffered a little bit more pain than the night before, you think you could just start to slip away.
I have to imagine that after everything she's seen, she almost goes to a place of like the Bene Gesserit pain box, where she just completely surrenders to it. Because the Justicar said to have faith. And she's always had faith.
Surrender to the chains. You surrender to it. You allow it to do whatever it's got to do. It grows tighter. In its deep, deep claustrophobia, it grows tighter. Allow it to happen. Where do you think MIra is more fragile? The ribs, the fingers, or the toes?
The ribs, truthfully.
That tightness on the chest increases until you can barely get a breath out. And then unbearably, like a bullet going off, an echoing snap as your rib breaks. And it is excruciating. Chains unravel some. Another rib snaps. Excruciating pain. Chains begin to unwrap some more. You allow this to continue?
Yeah. I mean, as she has done, she will pray to Arathis. But
it's so strange. When you start praying to Arathis, it's different. Your submission to the chains. There was pain, but there was relief in that pain, knowing that the weight was decreasing and the chains were unraveling, and that through pain you were getting through this. Through endurance, you were getting through this. Through acceptance of pain, you were being allowed freedom. And then as you call Arathis forth, the chains, the moment you say the word Arathis, the chain stops roiling off. And all at once, 3 more ribs snap, with no reward. Do you continue to pray to Arathis?
yeah, do you need a con check?
I'm gonna need a charisma saving throw, because this is a pain and endurance is a mind game. Your body's breaking. It's not about if your body can withstand this. It's about if your mind can.
So it was a 15 on the dice. I've got an 8, so what is that, a 23?
23. You continue to pray. Successfully continue to pray. And you sit there, probably sobbing, in pain, bleeding internally, spitting up blood across the chains for what feels like hours going by. Sitting there with excruciating broken ribs, but by some will of knowledge of who you are, you keep praying to Arathis, but she's just not there. It's just the pain, it's just the weight, it's just the chains, and you can't get out. And for a maddeningly long time you lay there. And you don't surrender anymore. You pray in defiance and bleed. Leah, are you with me?
Yeah.
It's your turn.
I didn't roll. Was I supposed to roll?
Nope.
Oh shit. Okay.
You're back in the chains. Your fingers are completely free though. And the weights from the chains lost the previous night are still gone. You're back to where you started. there's dissatisfaction in that, but there's also the like, okay, good. Like I'm not starting over. What I've done, it mattered. You know? We can keep going from here. And those fingers that broke last night, they're free. There's no need to negotiate with them anymore. You don't need to force your arms to be tightened to release your fingers. It just seems that the chains of no ability or no want to continue to bear down on your fingers any longer. Oh, thank God. But you're still in this mess. You still feel the weight on your chest, the tightness, the claustrophobia. You've continued to negotiate with pain, and little by little you continue to be released, but you continue to do so.
Yeah, I guess so. Should be looking for any kind of relief that she can get.
Tell me where on Leah's body she wishes for release from this weight and claustrophobia and pain, and where on her body is she willing to make the payment, shall we say, in pain?
She wants her chest released the most. And you're asking where, like, to trade the pain?
Yeah. In order to release your chest from the weight and the pain, something else has to be given. So where do you negotiate with?
Maybe her. God, I don't know. Nowhere.
Leg. I'll tell you what. I'll give you three choices. There's the chains around your face and your mouth. There's the ones around your arms, and there's the ones around your legs. Face, arms, or legs.
I guess her legs.
You scream when your shin bone breaks and your leg snaps. But maybe 2 layers of chains roil off of you from it. And for the first time in these last couple nights, you have no chains on your chest any longer. You're sort of like, yeah, just your chest, like right there, is completely released. It's still wrapped all the way around your arms and everywhere else, but now there's absolutely nothing on your chest. You can breathe perfectly. It's exposed. Man, you're close to getting out. Your whole chest is exposed, freed from the chains. You want out? How bad do you want out?
She wants out pretty badly.
What more is she willing to give? The other leg? The face? The arms? One of the arms?
She'll give her other leg, I guess. Yeah.
You howl as your femur snaps. You hear the sound of blood dripping onto some floor deep, deep below you. But then you are released. Chains unravel, and you can move. There are chains still in your mouth and around your head. There are chains wrapped around your arms. And there are chains very tightly wrapped around your legs like braces that keep you upright. But you can move now. You can move. You're free. You just have these chains left over. But you can walk. You can leave. And you step down from where you were being hung from. And the pain is white hot as it shoots up your legs as you step down, but your legs are being held upright by these tight, tight chains. Leah, you may take the Warlock Initiative. You have given yourself to a dark power.
Oh no.
You have negotiated with it. You have traded pain, body, and torment for understanding. The understanding that pain is true freedom.
I don't know that that's true even after all this. Yeah, I don't know if she learned that lesson, but she's willing to do anything to get. I don't know.
It's how you decide to take it, most certainly, of course.
Okay.
Of course, I'm not telling you what your character believes. You believe whatever you like. But this trial, it's up to you how this trial will have shaped you. But nonetheless, through pain and suffering, you have endured. And you have gained something from that pain, no matter what.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, that was
You may
cool,
take
but crazy.
what spells you like, and if I may say so, it's completely optional, of course, it's entirely your choice, but I might recommend taking something like Longstrider, if possible, something to do with your legs.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Entirely your choice, just a flavor recommendation. Entirely your choice. Next morning comes. Hekator, you slept. You slept well. Leah, you slept and you slept well. Long rests for all except for MIra. Hekator, you awaken, just like a little peacefully at first. But it's only for a moment when you're snapped out of that dream with the sound of like groaning and like muffled like pain. You look over to see the high priest and maybe a couple of paladins or that monk, the Dawnfather monk, sort of sitting around MIra, maybe like with a cloth on her head, like she's a sick patient, and her chest has been tightly bandaged, and she's sort of mumbling, groaning in her sleep, and it's very and it'll be explained to you that inexplicably while she slept, her bones started breaking, her ribs started cracking, and healing magic does nothing. And the high priest, who is this severe, reserved man, has never seen such a horrific curse in all his life. And you see that in his eyes. And he will just simply say to you, "You are her friend, so I will tell you this. What power holds her, perhaps you as well. It is mightier than any power we possess at this gate. By much. This is far beyond my ability to stop. By any of our abilities to stop. What darkness holds you, I can't begin to fathom."
Is she going to be all right?
You awoken from your dreams when you had
Hey.
them?
I did.
And let us hope she awakens once more.
Right, okay. I was able to get out, but I saw the sun or something like it.
They all sort of, oh. The Dawnfather, he sent you light in the dark. He helped you cast away the darkness.
I suppose so, but would he not do the same for her?
Such a power as dark as this. Well, it is not a matter of the Dawnfather alone. Dreams, darkness, trials such as these. The gods can only do so much against their kin. I suspect what holds you is something not unlike the Dawnfather himself, and yet something else entirely. Something evil. Only a mortal can truly release themselves from darkness, just as only a mortal can truly bring themselves to the light of the Dawnfather. Her fate is in her hands. He can only show her the way as he did you.
So it wasn't the fiend?
No. No, Hekator. This was not the work of a lowly fiend trying to sneak with refugees. This is the work of the master of fiends. Maybe the devil himself.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do about that, but let me get someone she cares for.
You think that will help?
Hector will go out and try to find the thistle.
Thistle will be found. So kind of, what's going on there?
I just need you to come, please.
Okay.
It's for MIra.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And little Thistle will go with you. And she'll be very surprised by what she sees. She'll just kind of sit with MIra, do what she can, talk to her. You may as well.
I think Hector would kneel down and not say anything, but reach to that piece within himself that's not himself and cast guidance on MIra and try to reach that part of her that's not her as well. Not thinking it'll help, but just it's the only thing he knows.
Absolutely, absolutely. MIra, the torment, the endless hours, torment, broken ribs piercing your skin, ripping through it, the pain, suffering, the blood, Arathis on your lips, bringing you nothing but grief, but you hold on to that faith. And thank Arathis, you do awaken. For a moment's relief to see Hekator, Thistle, to see the High Priest, and then all at once, white hot, real pain bludgeons you as you have, I think it was 6 broken ribs.
I counted 6, yes.
There's a moment of maybe just the smallest smile on your face, MIra, before the deafening scream that comes after. And bless the Dawnfather, healing does work now that she is free and awake. And that pain washes away as they're just like Lay on hands. Third level cure wounds. Lay on hands from that guy over there, and just start just pouring healing into you and you feel your bones sort of meld into place and the pain washes away, and you did not sleep well. That will be an exhaustion to you, my friend.
I've already added it.
Fair enough.
I just assumed.
What is different though, Mira, and it's entirely up to your interpretation how you would have had it, that light was different. And now that you're awake and conscious, maybe there's something to be considered there.
I think she probably I think she probably throws her head against Hector and just weeps.
I'm so sorry. I know.
I think that's hell.
I think you're right.
I keep praying. And it makes it angry.
Did you see the light? The sun?
Yeah, I did. It was... At first I started to surrender and I thought it was the judgment of Arathis for my pride. And it started to feel better, and there was a moment that I had to make a choice, and I just was going to pray protection, and whatever it was got angry. I hurt. Anyway, whatever it is.
It wasn't Jarvan.
No, I think it's something darker. She will. I would like to pray. I feel unclean. She would probably like half crawl to whatever altar there was and just start praying.
Yeah, you awaken beneath the altar of the Dawnfather, by all means. And you'll be left, and I think the High Priest Reve'El will just simply say, "You have my most exceptional apologies. I failed to save you from this curse. It is like nothing I have ever seen in all of my days. But take heart. Have faith. You will make it out of this trial."
Am I supposed to? Is it punishment for my pride, for my sin? Am I meant to endure this?
This darkness, make no mistake, is not the work of the prime deities. For the prime deities are merciful, they are loving, they are protective, they are good. And this is not how they treat their faithful. Punishment, no. Not by a prime deity. They do not take their faithful and cast them into the dark. Trust in your faith. Trust in the Dawnfather. This trial may be much, but you will make it out. Trust in the light. And he bows very deeply in apology. And then we'll lead you to your prayer. We'll go to some other things. I think, Mira, you'll be most certainly afforded to just stay at the altar as long as you fucking want. Sleep here at the bottom of the altar as long as you want. Take the day off, is what the paladins say. Take a sick day. Um, you are asked about, not interrogated by any means, but you are certainly asked about your experience, Hekator. I think the High Priest probably stays with you, Miran, and provides what, not religious counsel necessarily, unless you would request it, but more what insights he can possibly provide and sort of compare what you experienced, Hekator, versus what you experienced, Mira. And he'll just make it very apparent to you what was conjectured with Hekator. He'll say, in these matters of faith, the prime deities can only invest a cleric, a paladin, with as much power as they have faith in their god. The Dawnfather can give you the opportunity to leave the darkness, but only you can free yourself. And it will be made apparent just that you're being afforded opportunity, and the Dawnfather is reaching out to try and save you as he did Hekator, but at the end of the day, it is only you who can find within yourself the will to release yourself. It is not for the Dawnfather to save you, it is for you to save you. He can only lend you the light, though he might wish to. This is great, and I almost hate to move away from it because it's very interesting, but I do want to check on our other players. Um, there's stuff to be done around camp. The High Palatine is certainly going to seek out duties for you to perform of a higher tier, but we'll say maybe just for today, you're given some levity, or at least for a large portion of the day. How do people help out around camp, or what do people do around camp? What's the day look like now that for the first time you find yourself in this state of like, I don't have to survive Althansia. I don't have to just trudge and walk and survive the elements and scrape by to survive. I'm in a community now. I'm behind walls. It feels like forever maybe since that's happened. What do people do around the Dawnfather's gate now that you're not desperately clinging to life? Red, I choose you. Oh, no. Ganbaatar, you're up, my friend.
Well,
Yes, indeed.
mine's relatively straightforward. If they don't have anything exceptionally pressing, I'm gonna get sold, and we're going to head out the gate to hunt and bring back food.
Absolutely. Um, I usually like to do hunting in a measure of two different skill checks. First and foremost, give me, say, a nature or survival. Your choice.
We'll go survival. What the heck?
Beauty.
And that'll be a 28.
You find something. In fact, you find something. I'll tell you what, I'll leave it to you. Are you hunting, like, big game, little game? What's the desire?
Big, big. Ideally, given that there are refugees, uh, if there have been any bear that have been forced kind of out of their den in that panic, so they're not sleeping, uh, that would be my target of choice, because not only do they provide a lot of food, but warmth, and uh,
Yeah,
so it's a double win.
absolutely. Um, yeah. Um, Normally, I'd say it's a little close to civilization, but because you have your horse, you've got the range to indeed go out and find such game. And with that exceptional roll, you do indeed find the tracks of bear. Certainly something of a grizzly-sized proportion, a very large hunt. Um, Now, Normally I have people to roll, but we know how you hunt, and you have a horse, and you have a bow, and you are very swift. So you will, without much difficulty, you'll probably take some time to get back to camp with your full hunt. It's going to be a whole day situation.
Because it'll be, you know, a travois on the horse and walk the horse back. So it'll be a
Yeah.
ride out and a walk back.
Yeah. So why don't you tell me you follow the tracks to find a bear in the last place you usually end up finding bears, which is just like way out in the open. Like he kind of just like wandered away from his home turf kind of thing. Like again, the sort of unusual behavior of this bear kind of just leaving both the cover of trees at the outskirts of Althansia and sort of out into the open and out of his territory. Very weird behavior, but makes him an exceptional target. How do you hunt and how do you slay?
Uh, it'll be, you know, classic light horse archer. It'll be, you know, shoot them, skirmish, shoot them, skirmish, shoot them, skirmish.
Very swift attrition. You just ride up, take your time, use the horse's speed to your advantage. The bear can't catch you, the bear can't run from you, and you shoot it sort of around the shoulders and around the head. There's too much blubber to kind of get that midsection, but you done this many times, and this bear was defenseless. And eventually, its great mass falls after being struck by many arrows, as precise as you are. It's a thick, thick boy. And you get to the very busy work of preparing this thing for travel, putting it on the back of your horse, and later on, you're going to bring back a magnificent hunt to the shock and surprise of everybody. Definitely want to swing back to your very, very heroic arrival, as is what this will be. But let's stick in with everybody else. Red, what do you do around camp all? What do you do around the gate all day?
I think Red has never known a day where they've had idle hands, and so I think they would try and find ways to be like most helpful and most useful. Finding little tasks to do, starting to like get to know individuals around and just like yeah, try and be helpful.
Got it, got it. Just anything you can do. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Um, you find no shortage of little things to do around, whether it's you know, um, sort of feeding the horses in the stable, maybe an animal handling check. See how that particular job goes for you. I'm gonna ask you next from you.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see here. All right, so that's a 12.
Okay, yeah, it goes just fine. Yeah, no, maybe you're a little like, but no, it goes just fine. Carry over some feed and you feed up all the horses, and it's kind of fun to be around the animals. And then there's of course the not so fun part about tending to horses and maybe shovel what needs to be shoveled.
Yeah, there's no
Unfortunately,
there's no task too big or too small. They would just kind of
yeah.
do it all.
You have the fun part, feeding the animals, hanging out with the animals, and then the not so fun part, cleaning up after them. But no
Yeah.
job too small. And you worked on a farm. I mean, if anyone's
Yeah.
listening to you, you go around camp, maybe helping people just kind of move things and organize things. Make me an athletics check just to move stuff around camp, organize, lift some boxes, lift some things, set some tents.
That's cool. All right, so that's an 18.
Oh, easily done. You impress all the ladies with your big owl muscles. Um,
Ooh.
yeah, yeah, they're like, "What? Why is that owl kind of sexy?" Oh no, that's kind of. No, you help out around, and last but not least, I'll just say, like, give me just like a flat charisma check at advantage because your jobs went well, and see how you're getting along, folks.
Oh boy. Okay.
A little flat charisma at advantage.
All right. That is, yep, I'm gonna need it. Okay, 16.
16. Yeah, you like. Everyone's like, damn, that that owl red person, man, awesome. Like you just, man, you're like the Arthur Morgan at camp, man. You're just doing all those little mini games like crazy.
Love
And
a
yeah,
good
you're
little
like,
side quest.
yeah, you're taking on these little side quests and helping out around and ingratiating yourselves with all the refugees and get to know people from, very, people of a culture that isn't yours. Most people, I mean, everyone here except the refugees that you brought in are Authensian, are of a very different type of people and different culture, and you get to know a little bit about it. Maybe someone gives you a little gift. Maybe you get like kind of like this, like almost like bead bracelet that has like a little horse charm that hangs off of it, like a little carved wood horse charm off the end of it as like a thank you from one
And that's how
person.
Red becomes a horse girl. I got it. Okay, cool.
I'm a horse owl now. um, Magnificent Red. That's take inspiration because
Love
man, you inspired all of them. You should get inspiration too.
it.
Magnificent. How about Zehvrei'El or Zehvrei'El? My apologies. What are you up to, my friend? What did you do with your day?
I feel like if he wasn't assigned a job, because he would definitely ask who needs help with anything, um, then he would probably be bothering one of the priests in the altar room, maybe.
Yeah, you head up over there, um, to the altar room, and it's probably a little busy over there. You're a little surprised. Maybe like you see Hekator, you see MIra, you see the high priest. They seem to be discussing something of importance over there. Um, and you'll feel a little hand rest on, not a little hand, excuse me. You'll feel a hand rest on your shoulder. Um, and you're going to turn around to see the High Palatine looking at you suspiciously. He says, "What are you doing in my fortress?"
I didn't mean to offend. I thought that this was kind of a public space.
Does this space seem public to you?
Well, the doors weren't locked, so
Ah, this is how you do things in Sierra. Just walk into people's houses, check the door first.
I I am not. I apologize. And he'll get
He,
up.
he he chuckles at you. He goes, "You foreigners are so serious. Come, I need someone to play me in a game of dragon chess."
I can't say I've ever played.
Ah, I will teach you. All warriors should know how to play dragon chess.
Very well.
And he will take you upstairs. He takes you to the very height of the fortress, to his private quarters, in fact, which are not so simple as you might expect for a warrior monk. Not the very, very top, but one of the high up rooms. The room has a low sitting table where you see there's calligraphy going on over there, like a very serious calligrapher table. There is a dragon chess sort of set up with very fine pieces. There is images on the walls of what look to be like beautiful brush stroke paintings of mountains, and lastly, what seems to be like like a large battle, and a bed, and then of course like an armor rack and all of that. And he brings you in. He says, "You, you're not an alcoholic, are you?"
I tried some dwarven stuff one time. It burnt a lot.
So, do you want war?
Um, sure. Yeah.
Good, good. And he'll pour you a little drink, and he'll pour himself a drink. Say, "Here's to you, my mysterious friend, and here is to my victory, as I defeat you once, and will defeat you again." It don't burn as bad as Dwarven whiskey.
Being that specific brew was his first time. I think when he drinks this one, it's like, this isn't shit.
Yeah, you're like, this is pretty mild, and it's still straight liquor, pretty much.
Yeah.
But it's yeah, it's definitely like a little bit more vodka-y than whiskey, but there's definitely like a strange flavor behind it, almost like a fruit of some kind, like in there somewhere. Like it's not like a spritzer by any means, but it's like very subtle, like hard liquor with like just like a hint of like juniper or something like that, like a spiced liquor or something. You don't know.
Above
You're not a
table, is it
connoisseur.
just sake?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's fantasy sake, which is slightly different. um, uh, yeah, you sit. And he will explain to you the game. He says, everyone thinks that you're allowed to knight once this piece moves, but that is not true. It has to stay. Don't listen to anyone when they tell you that this piece can knight after it moves. And then there's also a foolish move about this. Don't listen to that. Well, you listen to me. This pawns go this, and he will explain the whole thing to you. Okay. Hey.
It starts to transfer from him like telling me about the game, and saying don't do this, and all that, to towards the end of his explanation. Now I'm starting to finish his sentences. We're like, oh, so that's like, it like
Make me an investigation check to see how quick you pick it up.
that'll be a 14.
A 14? Yeah, definitely. Like around the end, you're like, okay, I'm starting to get it. Like yeah, you can start to pick it up around the end. He goes, you're already the master in the room, huh? Do not need me to tell you how to play this game, huh?
I relent that to you. It makes sense. I'll say that much.
Well, just play now. He says, do you know what a warrior's greatest strength is?
Courage?
Guess that was kind of a stupid question, considering it is very subjective. Yes, courage is important. How do you fight without courage? You can't even start fighting. Very intuitive. Yes. But I say, a true greatest skill is patience. Let us see if you have patience. Make me an investigation check again.
Got it. Full disclosure, I do have dragon chest proficiency.
Which means on one of these next 3 rolls, you will be able to re-roll at your leisure.
Very good.
Very good, very good. I've never played before, he says. Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Came with the package when it was sent down, 17 investigation.
Very good. You take that and you apply it pretty much immediately. You're not hyper aggressive. Maybe it might have been your original initial instinct to be hyper aggressive, but no. You play exactly as he says. Play patiently. Kind of play defensively. Oh, so smart. Oh, truly, I should be handing you the keys to the fortress, considering I don't know how to lock doors. Hmm. Do you know what a warrior's greatest power is? What his greatest tool is? I'll tell you. It's the power to lie. Warfare is all based on deception, my friend. Be where your enemy does not expect you to be. Prepare. Be prepared when your enemy thinks you're disorganized. Strike where he does not know you will strike. Deceive your enemy, and you will be a great warrior. Roll me a deception check.
Cállate. That will be a 16.
A 16. Very good. Oh. Learning quickly. Very impressive. If only I had been as smart as you when I was so young. Oh, the things I could have done. Now look at me. Do you know what the warrior's greatest weapon is?
His sword?
No. A warrior can just as easily use a glaive. No, that one was stupid. I should have said his weapon. These lawbearer people will get you on these word association things. They like their technicalities. No! A warrior's greatest weapon is his ability to know his enemy. If you can read your enemy and know what he will do before even he does, if you can predict his pride, you will defeat him.
Like
Roll
you're
me an
about
insight
to
check.
move the knight to here?
You think you're so smart.
Alright. This is gonna be the hard one. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say because I had the dragon chess proficiency that I would roll?
You get one reroll on one of these 3 checks.
Oh, okay. So this will be the one.
Fair enough.
Just as I suspected. Shikayat.
Just as I suspected, it sucked.
That one will be a 14.
It's a very good game. And you do best him. You know what is the best way to know your enemy? Fight him. You
Are you saying we're
know.
enemies?
You were my enemy on the board. Are you my enemy?
I don't think so.
You are rather suspiciously handsome. After all, are you trying to deceive me? Get me drunk in my bedchambers? Huh?
You brought me up here.
Reflection. Good, you're learning to lie. Excellent. Tell me this, stranger. Who are you? I will tell you who you are.
Got it. Please.
You were not standing at the base of that beam of light. I suspect you did not succeed such a proficient dexterity saving throw that you dodged the Dawnfather's beam of light, did you?
Probably not.
No. You were the angel, weren't you? The one they say they dreamt of? Yes. Fell from the sky, defeated by a demon?
Pause. Roleplay. Ryan, do I actually remember or not?
That's the only thing that you remember from before you fell out of the sky. Or
That
before,
scene.
excuse me, before you woke up in the fucking crater.
Got it. So I remember that scene.
You remember that scene, you felt it, you experienced it in a POV. It could have been you, it felt like you, it could have been a vision. I mean, you're standing here and you're not a powerful angel warrior.
I don't know if it was me or not. But I do remember things that would not be normal if I was a slightly above average handsome man in a village.
Have you ever considered that your vision was metaphor?
What do you mean?
What is an angel? A celestial. It is goodness. It is power. It is elevation. Ascension. Are these not the things the Dawnfather tries to inspire in the world? And did not a great darkness pervade that ascension, that world? Like hubris? Like, say, a bunch of betrayer gods? And do they not mean to cast the world down out of the Dawnfather's light? Maybe you are the angel. Or maybe the Dawnfather sent you to make sure that we are all not cast out of his light. Or maybe you hit your head very hard, and none of it matters at all. So tell me not what you were now. Tell me what I originally asked. Who are you now?
I'm a man that wishes to protect the innocent, to help those people out there that can't defend themselves, whether that be to slay their monsters or die trying. Whether they be in front of them or in their minds.
Remember this, as I'm sure it pertains to you. I see great destiny in you, young man. I also don't think it is coincidence that you have a very celestial-sounding name. But hear this. The sun does not chase the darkness. The Dawnfather does not run around the dark night sky hunting down evil. The sun simply rises. The darkness must decide where it will flee to. Trust in your power. Rise make them flee. If you mean to protect the innocent, if you mean to be wrathful like the Dawnfather, and protect the innocent, I have armor for you.
And I believe I will take any oath that is required of me.
Tell me, what oath would you swear? Would you, I don't know, devote yourself to the innocent, to honor and courage? Would you swear yourself to, again, I don't know, like the crown, a government, per se? Or maybe to something more ancient, like the light itself? What calls to you, warrior?
In this darkest of times, in a world where all hope seems to be on the teetering edge of something that we can never understand. And good people do not know if they will survive the next day. I think they need someone that inspires them. Someone that can stand and fight for them.
To be the sun, cast away the shadow in more than just violence, but in presence. To become the myth people need to hold on to hope. These are the things you describe, yes?
They are.
Then, as the High Palatine of the Dawnfather's Gate, and a member of the Order of the Solar Gate, I feel particularly qualified to accept your oath. He pulls forth his sword. So kneel now and repeat after me.
He does.
You will endeavor to be known by your deeds.
I will endeavor to be known by my deeds.
You will face hardship with courage.
I will face hardship with courage.
And you will inspire others to strive for glory.
And I will inspire others to strive for glory.
Do you believe these things in your heart? Do you believe the Dawnfather will show you the path to making these tenets come true?
I do.
Then rise, Paladin of the Oath of Glory. He will pull from his own neck his holy amulet, and he'll present to you a magnificent amulet of a nimbus of sunlight. Say, I give this to you. May your faith guide you as well as your arm. And he will provide you an amulet of devotion +1.
Ooh.
Now, let's get you out of these smelly rags and into something more worthy of a paladin. If you're going to be inspiring, you can't look like that.
That's fair.
Come,
And he'll follow.
and welcome to the faith.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
And he will take you to the armory, and he will provide you with plate armor, and he will provide you with either one weapon and one shield, or 2 weapons of your choice from their armory. One thing they're not in short supply of around here, not enough people to use them, is weapons and armor. So you may select for yourself what those are, and they will be of good quality.
Cool.
And I think that is a great time to end our session. Welcome, Paladin!
Red.
Hell yeah!
So cool. So
Swore an
cool.
oath over chess.
He beat me so bad that I had to swear him in to the order.
That way I can give
Awesome.
him orders to let me